while promoting accessibility and inclusivity of both the ecosystems. So, for the same, we have an esteemed panel with us. We have Rajesh Mirjankar from Kia.ai. We have Christopher Rajesh Desai and Manoj Verma, who are all from Lyra, India. I welcome you all.
Yeah. Yes, it's okay. So Rajesh is actually the moderator. Oh, Rajesh, you are the moderator.
Right. So we start? Thank you, Harshita, and thank you so much here. Reshaping banking for the digital age future is the topic for today. We have an elite panel with us, mix of Indian and French origin. We have Christophe Mariette, who is the chairman of Lyra Network India and is a global and sales and alliance director for Lyra Global. We have Manoj Verma, who's the business director of Lyra India and takes care of products and businesses. We have Rajesh also, who's from Kia.ai. They're into core banking, AI, and have a spread of 56 countries all over the world, if I'm correct. And that is their core business. Lyra is in the business of digital payments. Lyra is in the business of digital payments all across the globe. And I think today is the right forum for the entire panel to throw some light on that. So I think some opening thoughts from all the panelists. Christophe, you want to have some opening thoughts?
Yes, I think thanks to the digital stack in India, the financial sector is moving very fast. And in Lyra, being settled since 15 years, we have seen how the transformation was fast. And for example, with UPI, for instant payment, it is just starting in France. And in India, they have done already, in last month, 9.4 billion of instant payment with UPI.
Manoj, what about you?
Yes, in India, the adoption of digital payment is accelerating very fast due to multiple reasons. India is one of the largest country of in mobile internet users. So this is one very big reason for digital adoption. We now have very strong bank accounts users also. So combination of bank accounts, internet, and the young generation is helping us adopt the digital payments faster, in India than the other countries globally.
Rajesh, you?
Yeah, I think on a subject like this, when you talk about India as in the aspect of digital payments, almost everyone would agree that India has been the leader in terms of new trends, adopting technology in the relevant way to be able to scale. One of the important success factors has been, of course, the adoption of Digital India movement, where the objective was to create digital infrastructure, provide digital service delivery, and then importantly, look at digital literacy. And I think one of the core success factors has been the digital payment rails that India laid out with the UPI and the various other NPCI products. That in a nutshell has been something where the scale has moved from roughly about a few million transactions to now heading towards, in the next couple of years, 1 billion transactions a year. Other than that, I think the important factors have been the investment in terms of, I would say, time, space, and policies of how the regulator in India has allowed for the startup ecosystem, for various companies to innovate new measures in the areas of building new components that will drive reshaping the banking industry. Primarily, it's been the digital KYC. It's been various areas of the account aggregator model. It has also been the aspect of bringing in the part of online digital commerce, which will then allow for payments as well as banking to be extended to rural masses as well.
Right. So, Christophe, my first question to you, since you have experienced India, since you have experienced Europe, you probably know every part of Africa as well. So, from a financial inclusion perspective, what do you think? How do you define financial inclusion as such? Take a global perspective.
So I think that, and thanks to the big move with the digital stack and the great impulsion from DG Modi to go from a cash economy to a digital economy, the inclusion has been very fast. Of course, not everybody has an account in India, but for example, you have already 750 million of RuPay cards in India, and there were a big program to enable these people to have an account in a bank and to have an account to use it on micro ATM and also to pay in shops. And in Lyra, we have been part of a huge project with Post of India to bring in a digital village finance, thanks to post machine, that the postman was enabling people to make a transaction. And also with Aadhaar, with enable people to pay with their digital print.
Okay, great. So these are lively examples of Department of Post and all. Manoj, my question to you would be, how does digital transformation play a critical role in financial inclusion services?
So there is a lot of digital transformation that is happening in the country, and I would like to talk about some specific use cases. India is a big country, and there are many different problems, and adoption cannot happen across all segments immediately with one type of solution. So I will give one example. There is a large MSO in India, which is Hathway. So Hathway has a lot of local cable operators across the country, around 3 lakhs, 4 lakh, local cable operators. This local cable operator is normally trying to accept payment from the subscribers in cash. This is the normal method. We have done one project few years back with this entire ecosystem, wherein Lyra enabled the acceptance of digital payments for these local cable operators. So instead of collecting cash, we created a digital platform called Pay My TV. So on this Pay My TV platform, we onboarded, as a payment gateway company, we onboarded all 4 lakh local cable operators with their KYC and the current account mapping. So now when a subscriber sitting in Jaipur wants to make the payment for his cable TV, he can just go to www.paymytv.in and he can put his ID and then there is a payment option inside his user interface, and he will come to Lyra's payment gateway and he can select the payment option and he can make the payment. Once the payment is done, the amount will go to the local cable operator directly on next day. So now with this entire, so this guy's local cable operator was not digital savvy. They could not afford a platform for this enablement. So this platform was created jointly by Lyra, Hathway and Pay My TV, a tech company. And we created this platform and we enabled all these local cable operators with this technology platform on pay-per-use model, which was economical for them. We implemented this and transactions started coming in. And now they need not go and to all the doorstep every day and collect the payment. And this solution became very helpful during the COVID. This was implemented just during the start of COVID, and it was very helpful for them. And in fact, this entire LCO industry was able to manage their finances because of this platform during the pandemic. Yeah, so this is one of the big success stories for Lyra India on the financial inclusion side. Yeah.
So in short, what we are saying is Lyra is not just in the business of digital payments, but has also enabled Digital India by offering services, financial services, to the ones who were deprived of it earlier. So the underbanked, unbanked is what we have catered to and have been sustainable in a form of helping India to manage and maintain Digital India. Since you come from the banking industry, Rajesh, what do you see the current trends are when it comes to digital transformation in the FI space?
So, from a perspective of financial inclusion, I think the achievements in terms of what India has done to take it global, the adoption of digital public goods by other governments will certainly drive global financial inclusion. And I think it's to do with similar platforms like UPI, similar platforms like the account aggregator model, enabling open banking, but importantly looking at the aspect of making sure that the product is adapted for people who are deprived of necessarily smartphones and things such as that. Um, from a perspective of as a company, what we've seen, one of the other trends is as you move towards digital literacy, data privacy becomes a key point. And I think one of the trends is going to be the addressing of that factor of data privacy. And this will involve regulations to come in. This will involve legislations to be evolved in the parliament. The data privacy bill in India will be redrafted and presented sometime this year, I guess in the sooner sessions. And that will sort of provide the ability for people who are in the rural masses who may not be as literate about digital identity to be able to have privacy in terms of how their data is stored, managed, and run by the consumers or rather the providers of those services.
Yeah, right. So my question, almost in link to what he said, since it's banking industry, um, do you see any challenges in this particular financial inclusion program which India is running? Do you see any risk there? Do you see some opportunities for players like us?
Yes, of course there are risks because the digitalization is going very fast. There are many fintechs in India, and of course everybody wants to get a huge market share. But the banking sector is is a risky business, okay? And fintech does not know all the regulation and so on. So, for example, when we started to act as a payment aggregator, there were no regulations. You were able to do payments only with another account. And of course, it was risky because any actor, any player could open an account, another account to accept payments. And now RBI is regulating more and more this sector. And even we say that every Friday there is a new release of regulation. And for example, for a player like us, for fintech, now you need to have a payment license for an aggregator. So we got this license, which is not very easy to get. Many players did not get it. And also there were a big challenge in data localization because most of the players were in the cloud, not localized in India. So on our side, we had to localize everything in India. This was not a big challenge because from the beginning we decided to have all our data in India. But yes, it has been growing very, very, very fast, faster than in Europe. But now the regulation is coming, and many players have some problems now with the regulation.
Yeah, in fact, specific to FI or financial inclusion, RBI is getting involved into that. And last year, in fact, RBI came out with a financial inclusion index for the first time. So, I think what that has done is the index is reflecting the fact that financial inclusion is growing in India. It was 53 last year, 50% last year. It is 56.2% last year. So definitely it means that the services are being accepted. Financial inclusion is growing rapidly in India, which is a good sign for the country. Now, Manoj, if you come to innovations, what is new today is old tomorrow, and there have been in every industry. So in this specific case for financial inclusion, which involves digital transformation, do you see any innovative solutions which have been generated and brought out in the market?
Yes, so there are many solutions that are happening in India. India is a very country with complex country with many problems. So there is a innovation that has happened with UPI, with the innovation and invention of UPI in the country. The transaction, the P2M transaction and P2M P2P transaction, which is instant, is highest among all nations. The transactions that are happening in India. So UPI has become a big force today for instant payments in the country, and a lot of use cases are actually getting created around UPI, and it is a one of the best convenient source of method of payment today in the country. There is one big innovation that has happened around UPI is accept merchant acceptance. All these years the merchant acceptance was mostly using a hardware POS machine, and this hardware POS machine was only available till metro and tier 1 cities, and again this is an expensive hardware. It needs investment on the hardware. But with UPI, there came in the static QR, which is just a sticker, or it's a sticker you can print, and using mobile phone you can scan that sticker, and you can make the P2P and P2M payments. So it became almost at no cost for the merchant, from the hardware, from the form factor standpoint. And with the initiative from the government side and making the UPI transaction free was one of the biggest step towards the financial inclusion. Since it became free, it is like using cash. Since there is no additional money that you have to spend to transact using UPI, so it is like cash. It is instant like cash. You can immediately know about it, and cash is also moving immediately from the customer account to the merchant account, so it is like similar to cash, and fast with internet penetration, mobile and adoption. It is fast. So it takes the time taken to do a UPI transaction face to face is similar to a cash exchange at the shop using the customer and the merchant. So this is a big use case, and it has actually enabled millions of merchants in the country to accept digital payments, including the push cart vendor, the smaller vendors, which were not aware of digital payments. So they are able to accept digital payments now, and so now there are various benefits that is coming out because of this digital acceptance in the country. Now there is a digital history that is created for the smaller merchants, for the push cart merchant and the smaller merchants. Once this digital history is getting created, they are now credit worthy, and now many fintechs and banks have started, giving credit to these, shops. And once they get the credit, they can again invest in their business, and, they can earn more. So this is ultimately helping grow the economy of the country. So UPI in a way has actually has done many miracles in the country. This is, I would say.
Yeah, surely. UPI, I think it's being watched all over the world, the whole trajectory for UPI. Rajesh, my question to you today, if you look at data is the oil of the oil, it's money. And everybody, individually, organizations are looking at data in terms of analyzing their data for business benefits. In your organization, in your industry, how do you use data analytics? And does it play a really important role in generating revenues and profits out of it?
Yeah. So we are a solutions provider, and the data that we host, whether it's on the cloud or whether it is across at bank's premises, these are typically the property of the bank. So we provide analytical tools to them, and there are multiple ways in which data is analyzed today. We use that using artificial intelligence to detect money laundering. As a company, we are ranked number 1 on the IBS Global Sales League with about 300 sites on anti-money laundering globally. And so the data analysis on using AI models is to reduce the number of false positives so that you need lesser staff at the compliance necessarily to look at just the different types of violations and then take actions. If these are automated, it increases the efficiency in terms of enabling faster velocity of transactions. The other aspect of data is typically in the area of credit. Today, when you look at the aspect of being able to give a loan in 3 minutes and things such as that, it's very important to create alternative data. Alternative data is about not just relying on credit scores, but also looking at other areas of the demographics of the area in which the client exists, the industry, and the ability for that particular client segment to pay back. Also, it's the aspect of being able to look at the past history of customers, etc. So that's a very important aspect of data. And the most important one that we are seeing now coming through is in terms of the sheer ability to create marketing tools. What products do you offer to the customers? We've seen the digital adoption by customers in banks using the tools, using digital public goods, being very quick. So it should now increase the ability for businesses, fintechs, all to be able to sell the product. And that's one area we see from a marketing perspective. The analytics will help.
Right. I agree. Data is extremely important and critical nowadays. Since we have spoken about UPI, this topic we have spoken about UPI, there was this news in the media, on television, in the newspapers and all across globally, that Lyra has done something on UPI across the borders. Maybe Christoph can throw some light on that.
Yes, we can talk about this because in Europe, the Indians are the number 2 nation to go in Europe, and this is very important for Indian people to be able to pay with their payment method. And today the Indian payment method is UPI, which is instant payment, which is very easy because it is based on a QR code, either on a static QR code or either on a dynamic QR code. And with NPCI was created this payment method. We signed last year at VivaTech an agreement to provide UPI all across Europe.
Wow.
And we plan during the visit of DG Modi on the 14th of July for his state visit to make a demo of UPI payment for Indians which are coming in France. This is a huge thing. The UPI now will be available in France and in Europe.
Wow, so this is great. So what you're saying is on 14th of July, in front of Mr. Narendra Modi and President Macron of France, Lyra will be launching UPI in France.
Yes, we hope so.
Wow, that's great, that's great. I think that's phenomenal. And I think let's hope for the very best. And we want to see Mr. Modi happy. And we want to see the Indian flag flying high as always,
Yeah.
UPI is front end. Manoj, can you throw some highlight on the last mile connectivity, which Lyra is very famous for?
Yeah. So India, since India is a big country, the reach of network is not available everywhere. India is also called as the country with villages, country of villages. So network connectivity is not available across the country. So whenever you try to you deploy a digital solution, this becomes a big barrier all the time. So Lyra innovated a solution with connectivity wherein we aggregated all the telecom operators in the country, and with a single dashboard wherein we were able to tell the type of connectivity, whether it is 2G, 3G, 4G. So using this technology stack, we were able to enable the POS machines across the country, and this solution is now being used by major bank in India like HDFC Bank. India Post project had very big difficulty while they were trying to deploy the solution, and in in 1 year they were only able to do 20,000 devices. But when Lyra started working with this project, we deployed 1 lakh devices in 3 months time. This thanks to our technology, which is end to end, and it enables with one single connection with Lyra, deployment of all devices with all telecom operators, compliant with the DOT regulation, M2M SIM cards. You can deploy across the country with all the network options available. And our mantra and our mission is, connect affordable connectivity at all the time, on the IoT devices. This is what we normally try to do. So POS machine is a big use case for our connectivity solution in the country. We are also working on various IoT projects for smart electricity meter, smart water meter. So these projects are also coming up and they have the similar problems. So India has decided to replace all the smart electricity meters to a prepaid meter with a SIM card in that. And this number is also huge, few million of devices is getting replaced now and similar problems, and Lyra is trying to work with the various companies in this segment to enable connectivity for smart electricity meter. And on the UPI side, there is another innovation that has happened. So there is a static UPI which was very popular, which is very popular in India. There is a new solution that has got created again on UPI and static QR, which is Soundbox. So there is a typical problem in India. These are small shops, push cart shops, and they're accepting payments. And normally there is one single guy who is trying to, cater to the customer, trying to give them the goods, collecting cash, and also getting the inventory from the vendors. So the single person is trying to do many things. And whenever there is a digital transaction that is happening, he needs to go back and check his mobile phone for the confirmation. So this was one problem that was there in India, and this got solved by innovation of Soundbox. Soundbox, and we will show. Christoph is showing the Soundbox to the audience. Yeah, so this is the Soundbox which is working on the UPI rails. This has solved a big problem in the country now. This is basically a announcement device. So whenever a payment is getting completed from the customer to the merchant using an UPI transaction, this device is making the announcement of payment confirmation. And this is helping this merchant in a big way, and he is not getting disturbed. He is doing his job, he is collecting payment, he is giving the goods, etc. And he can just listen to the confirmation and it is done. So by doing this, he is able to optimize his time and he can serve a lot of customers at the same time. So with this, I would also try to do one live UPI Soundbox transaction, and I will show this to the audience now. I will try to do that.
Okay, so we have a live demo here on a Lyra Soundbox device. So this is a magic box. What it does is it's like an instant payment confirmation in the form of voice alert. And this is something which is revolutionizing the Indian digital payments landscape. So
he's scanning the Soundbox. So he's entering, okay, it's 10 rupees. 1 rupee, sorry, 1 rupee. It's cheap in India. So we got
received QR code payment of 1 rupees.
So he just said that it received payment of 1 rupee.
I will do one more transaction.
A repeat of a transaction, yeah.
Okay, what is very great with this Soundbox is that for 15 euros, okay, a shopkeeper can do digital payment. You don't need a POS. A POS is costing hundreds of euro or 10,000 of rupees. And only with 1,000 rupees, you have this device. And this device enables the customer, the merchant, to do digital transactions. So we do one more transaction. Okay, and
We can keep the mic.
yes, I will keep the mic here. Okay, I will keep the microphone here. And it is instant, so the merchant will receive immediately the amount.
Received QR code payment of 10 rupees.
Okay,
So typically what happens in India, I'll give you the use case. There will be many shopkeepers or many shops, and you will have only one shopkeeper catering to multiple customers. So assume and imagine a case where there are multiple payments. So when there are multiple payments, he has to constantly keep on checking his phone or maybe his machine to see if he has received a payment. But in this case, he is not bothered because he is only waiting for a voice confirmation from that particular Soundbox device, and he knows, yes, the payment is done. Parallelly, he is doing his multitasking activity and getting other things of the shops done. So this is saving a lot of money for him, saving a lot of time for him. So easy to use as such. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Christoph.
Thank you.
Rajesh, my question to you. Um, Anything for that matter, any cycle, including a financial inclusion cycle, there are multiple key component players in that cycle on that path. In FI, two players which are important are banks and fintechs. There was a time, long time back, when there was a thick border between fintechs and banks. As of today, when we speak, what is your opinion about that?
So, if you were to look at an ideal example of how this divide or this combined strength, whichever way you look at it, has to be dealt with, I think the regulator in India has brought forward a very good example of responsible regulation. Uh, Let me start with the example that when fintechs were first introduced in India, people started writing obituaries about banks, saying that fintechs will come in, banks would be over. And soon people realized that the trust factor as well as the capital was with the banks. The fintechs had the outreach. So very soon, within a year and a half, there were partnerships that evolved between the fintechs and banks. And then the fintechs started selling products very aggressively. The regulator then came in where the aspects were just beyond the regulation and said that you will have to indicate who's the back-end bank who's providing the service so that the end customer does know what they are availing. And this sort of made sure that the partnership between fintech and banks became more stronger because the fintechs had to then talk about who's the back-end bank that's providing the service. And that is something which I would see as one of the very proactive steps of how the regulator in India, Reserve Bank of India, has taken to make sure that the customer is primary and to make sure that service delivery, whether it's through fintechs or banks, is delivered within the realm of the laws of the land.
I agree. Christoph also mentioned earlier regarding regulations and LIDA being a PAPG license owner now, So RBI has given an in-principle approval for PAPG license. Since you have got a PAPG nod from RBI, can you throw some light on what LIDA is doing in terms of online payments?
Okay, yes. So we got this payment aggregator license because we have been operating for 15 years in India, and we have been settling all the components in payments in India to provide a global service. So what we are doing, so we have internet payment gateway. We have seen the demo from Manoj to provide to the shopkeepers QR static soundbox to accept UPI, but of course we are providing also solution on a POS. And also because the network is quite important in India and that it is quite important that the payments are delivered, we've made also a switch directly to RuPay, which is a national scheme, and to Visa and MasterCard to bring reliability on the payment, because in Lyra we are mastering all the chain in payment in India.
Great. Sounds good. Manoj, similar question to you. When you have data, when you have a business or industry like us, you expect frauds to happen. How do you tackle that?
Yes, all these years, digital was less, but now digital is more. With more digital transactions, we see, a lot of different type of technologies evolving. New actors are getting involved. So we see number of frauds have also increased in the country due to digital transactions. And not every time these are fraudulent transactions. Sometimes these are fraudulent transactions, people are trying to, play with the system. And sometimes also because some people are not aware of the way they have to handle the digital transactions. And they are falling prey to these tricks sometimes. And sometimes by mistake, they are trying to do something. So dispute and frauds on the digital payment side is increasing. This is true. But on the other side, regulator is also very vigilant and active player now. All these years, the regulator, the local regulator in the country, Reserve Bank of India, was always trying to regulate the banks. This was the primary function. But over a period of time now, Reserve Bank also wants to regulate the fintechs because fintech has become a very active player, and they are working with the merchants and consumers directly now. So Reserve Bank has now come up with various licensing policies in different sectors. So for lending, there is a separate set of licensing policy. For prepaid instrument, there is a PPI license. For companies like us who operate the payment gateway, payment aggregator licenses there. Account aggregator licenses come up. Bill payment BBPS license is there. So now RBI is also coming up with various sector-wise regulation. So this is good. This is helping reduce the fraud and track the entire industry and create policies and rules around that. Also, SROs are being formed in various segments to regulate and do the business in a certain manner, which is helpful for the merchant, helpful for the consumers, and certain principles are being laid out to do this. Yes, of course, there are many problems with regulation also. With more regulation, you have more compliance, and compliance cost is increasing nowadays, and compliance from various aspects. These days, RBI is also expecting from these private fintech companies to do regulation and compliance similar to the bank. So slowly, this was not the case in the earlier times, but slowly, almost similar regulation is now applicable for fintech, and they are doing the same thing: tech, consumer, merchants, but with no license. But there is some type of regulation is coming up. So this is a difficult situation also. Sometimes more regulation is not helping. So this is one set of problem that we are facing now with regulation all the time.
Right. Okay, so last question for the day before we have our closing thoughts to Rajesh. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are all new names today. Everything, every day there's something new coming up. Since you play a part in banking, you play a part in AI, what do you think is the name of today? Where do you think it is heading to? Is it heading for something good or something disastrous? What is your opinion on that?
So I think artificial intelligence, from a perspective of banking, has been a very relevant technology per se. It's not new to banks. Like I said, the whole part of financial crime surveillance has been using artificial intelligence to look at the whole aspect of removing the concept of 4-eye view from transactions because of the sheer volume of digital transactions. And there's a need to sort of also inspect inter-border transactions, etc. And this is something that's been happening for almost a decade. But one of the changes that artificial intelligence has brought forward as a technology is the fact that AI used to be literally a back-end activity known just to the geeks. And somebody would say if there is a risk score of 4.3, then what does that mean? And only you, a geek, would come and interpret that for you and put that in paper. But now, using artificial intelligence for credit scoring, for being able to provide products to customers, and then now the newer generation of AI with the generative AI coming through, that is transforming the way banking will use artificial intelligence, because it will now come in a way where you can express a proposal across and generate proposals on the fly, which will help in instant decision making.
Great. So I would like to thank all the speakers, all the diverse speakers for this wonderful session. I can see only one trajectory for digital payments in India, and the trajectory is in the upward direction. So that's great news for India. Thank you so much, Christoph, for your time. Thank you, Manoj, and thank you, Rajesh. Can we have a round of applause for all the panelists, please? Thank you so much, and thanks to you all as well for having come out here. Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Rajesh, for this great moderation.
So much.
Group photo we can do.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I thought it was my computer.
No worries. I'd like to thank you all for coming and taking out the time, and also our audience for listening. I hope you learned about the Indian ecosystem from the discussion. We'll move on to the next session, which is on sustainable technologies committing to clean energy. So here we are discussing the integration of sustainable development goals with the world of tech startups, particularly through the role of clean tech startups. And we'll explore how clean energy can be the driver of future growth. So for the same, we have with us Mr. Bhupesh Arora, who is the business head of Digital Energy Division at Schneider India. We also have Francois Badol, who is the VP of Acceleration and Venturing, Gas and Renewables and Power from Total. So thank you so much, and I welcome you on board. And please. Okay, so probably I'll start with a question and then you guys can continue. One question that I would want to ask is, so while clean tech sector is growing and booming, there's a lot of responsibility that the consumers have also started showing along with the corporates. How can the governments, businesses, communities collaborate to create an enabling environment for the deployment of sustainable technologies? So how do you think all parties can collaborate the best and build a more sustainable future?
Okay, I think it's really very important that all the communities, I think the government, businesses and individuals have to come forward to support sustainability, because it's becoming all the more important as we are heading in the current environment. I think decarbonization is one of the most important thing, and how do we enable that is really very important. So digitization is one of the key. Electrification in any case is going to increase, and I think to decarbonize and move in that direction, both of these things are going to play a really vital role when it comes to bringing this long-term sustainability for us and the next generations to come. So all of us have a role to play in that. So as an individual, we can definitely contribute whatever we can do in terms of our day-to-day operations or lives, whether in our workplaces or in our homes. But as corporates also, I think we are equally responsible primarily to bring technologies which help achieve those sustainable goals for the future, which is there. So at Schneider, again, we are working very strongly on digitization of technologies, which is definitely enabling primarily measuring. Measurement is the first important step. How do we measure what is the footprint we are creating for the environment, and how do we control that is going to be really very, very important. So the data is the most important piece when we talk, and that data is then moved and used primarily to move in that direction. So that's the step one. And then the mix of energies, again, that's again going to play a really very, very vital role. While India is a growing country, the energy needs are expanding. I think we will have energy needs which is 2x in the next few years and 6x of electricity demand. The way urbanization and rapid increase in the population's usage of energy is going up. So that is going to fuel a huge demand of energy in the country, and the mix is going to be really very, very important. And that's where I think we need to work very closely with the other technology partners to help digitize and move it in that directions of the cleaner technologies.
Yes, if you can just add few comments on what you said, which is perfectly right. One of the key aspects is to work with communities, because this energy transition will require the efforts of everyone, and it's particularly true if we want to do a fair and just transition. going to a net zero world by 2050, which is what we all strive for, is not an easy task. I mean, we won't change the energy system overnight. And in the future, when you see what we invest at Total Energies today, the bulk of our new investments are in renewables. We also provide the energies that the world still need. If you take India, for instance, it's very, very true. But at the same time, we boost what are renewables, I mean, clean electrons. And the technology for that is key. We work with all the ecosystem, all the entrepreneurs, the people who are just here at VivaTech. And we are very glad to be your neighbor today, because we are at Total Energies, and Total Energies On is our accelerator. We accelerate, incubate 10 young startups every 6 months. And after that, we work with them on experimentations in the aim of integrating them. So just in a nutshell, what we do for this energy transition is really to work with all the people involved and committed for a better energy.
Got it. So my next question would be on lines on that while everything is evolving in this space, what are the most promising technologies that you see which will shape the future and make the future better, in fact?
So in terms of energy, if I have to talk, I think there are multiple technologies which are evolving. I think we have been talking a lot about the green technologies, primarily the renewable technologies. Both solar and will continue to dominate when it comes to generation, or majority of the generation in the country is going to come from these two sources. But we are seeing the efforts going on in the green hydrogen, which is again becoming a very viable source of energy going forward in various shapes and forms, which is going to be there. But definitely, I think the mix of energy in the country, in any case, is going to change dramatically in the next 20 to 30 years, from fossil fuel, which may be around 55 to 60% today, and it will come down to around 20-25% in next 2 decades, what we talk at this point of time. So there is going to be a lot of evolution in terms of that energy mix in the country, and which will drive the next phase of evolution of energy usage. So we will have distributed energies as well. We'll have stored energies as well, which is going to be another phase of evolution what we see in the country, which is going to be there. So there will be prosumer models which may or may not exist, or may exist in a different shape and form, but I think that is going to be. So the energy consumers will become the producers as well, and they may be participating as part of creating a clean energy mix to the overall ecosystem. If there is a surplus power which they can export back to the grid, is going to pave a way. We have seen the same evolution in many countries in Europe in the past, but I think India is also going in that direction with those kind of evolutions, with more and more stable environment of a good power quality and the energy mix which is going to be there.
So, sir, in fact, I want to ask you, you have been in this space. What are some key challenges that you have seen in the adoption of clean energies? It can be for communities, can be for corporates, for government. What are some key challenges that you have seen in this space while adopting these newer ways? Say, when we say from fossils, we'll move to clean energy, but where is the gap coming in the transition?
The main difficulty is it takes time. I mean, it's not something, as we said, you can develop. It takes decades for large infrastructure projects. The technology breakthroughs are, some of them are very promising, but it takes also decades. Take the example of nuclear fusion, for instance. A lot of startups are trying to tackle the challenges, and that's super exciting, because it will probably solve part of the equation. But this is not something we will have before the next 40 or 50 years. So time is something that we want to grasp. It's very interesting, because we all, as individuals, we really want to find a solution which is applicable immediately. That's not the case. The first energy, actually, savings that we could have are energy efficiency. And I know Schneider is really involved in this part, but we too at Total Energies, 1/3 of the energy that we need to spare from the fossil system comes from the energy saving. So we do a lot for our customers, and we try to engage them according to the sustainable goal as well, to make sure that we try to get the low and good fruits very where it could be. I would say capital and money is also a key driver. Fortunately, those years, with the emergence of the clean policies and the awareness now the society has, particularly in OECD countries and in India, you have a public support to ensure we have the correct incentives. It's true also in the US. The Inflation Reduction Act, for instance, is giving a boost to a lot of startups, but also infrastructure projects, which are accelerating the energy transition. So time and money, in a nutshell, are the two takeaways.
So Bhupesh, would want to ask you, so what I have seen, for example, for CNG, when that came into India and we had to adopt that, what happened was first the government tried to make public transport in CNG, for example, and then the infrastructure was built and only then the public started adopting that. Uh, is that something the government should first focus on, that for any clean energy they first build the infrastructure or they first start adopting it and probably that's when the communities pick up? What's your take on it?
So to me, any new technology take its own time of adoption. I think you took an example of CNG, which was introduced beginning. People were reluctant whether it will work or not. The same goes for electric vehicles also. There was a lot of resistance and challenge around that, primarily the charging infrastructure, whether it is going to be there or not. But the rate of adoption, what we are seeing at this point of time in the country is enormous. At least if we have to see for the automobile market, the two-wheeler market is adopting it much faster because of easy availability and more number of startups who has come in that technology. The charging infrastructure is becoming more and more easily available. The fast charging was one of an important piece which is there. So for the next phase of evolution of sustainability, I think it is really very, very important. How do we create an ecosystem which is able to deliver a lot of data? Because India, we have been talking the ease of internet, the availability of internet for the financial. I think the earlier session was on finance, and we were just discussing how easy it is primarily to transact digitally in the country. So leveraging that digitization on technology and sustainability is also on the same path. If we are able to bring a regulation primarily for the commercial establishments, that is where they are able to measure and start declaring their data or start monitoring their data primarily for their own consumptions during the day, they'll be able to figure out where they need to work upon. Today, I think that measurement, I hear you around the metering, which is happening in the country at a rapid pace, but I think for every individual user, if that data is made available through some regulations, at least on the commercial side, residential user may have its own set of challenges primarily, but I think any step forward in that direction which brings more data to drive an action, because action can be driven with the data. So I think let's move in that direction to move on that.
So, so for you, I think when we look at any new thing that comes up, always the problem is equitable access to all. So, say the marginalized communities, what strategies in fact we can implement so that we make sure that this sustainable or clean energy becomes accessible and affordable for all and not just say a particular section of the society.
Yeah, it's a key question. I mean, how to provide electricity to the 2 billion people on Earth today who still don't have access. For that, we have different solutions, and startups are very active. I mean, we work in Africa, in Asia. We've made investments in solar systems in India, actually. And we are learning from the convergence of energy and digital, exactly as we discussed previously, because you realize that people, even if they have a small solar system, will manage themselves better than any else and better than any AI system. For that, we try to leverage, because the power of digitalization is also the build-up. So we can get an interesting system for new grids, I mean, from individual to mini-grid to microgrid. And it's interesting. I mean, we see that in developing countries, but we also see a new change in the customer behaviors from what we call the prosumers in other places. I mean, look at the startups we have just next door. Most of them are in the what we call distributed generation system, where thanks to the help of a storage facility, very small or bigger, you could get a way to manage efficiently your electrons. Bear in mind that by 2050, for a group like us, which is a global group for, the 5 continents, 50% of our sales will come from clean electrons. When we say clean electrons, it's really electrons produced from a renewable system. And given the intermittency of the renewable systems today, we need to have also storage features. And those storage features are still a big field for startups, and it can be at a very local system.
So my last question will be, how can nations and ecosystems collaborate? And for example, the French ecosystem would have different learnings for adoption of clean energy versus an Indian ecosystem is very different. But how can like companies like say Total or Schneider come together and make sure that the best practices from one nation go to the other and we learn from our mistakes basically?
If I may say, for the venture system, we are very open because open innovation is the key. The task is enormous and we need to share the best practices. And Schneider Venture, for instance, they are good friends of us. We collaborate, we co-invest. Actually, Schneider acquired Autogrid. We were an early investor in Autogrid. So we are both lucky. Lucky because you continue the journey, and lucky because we made a very good return. But it's exactly this. We don't. When we talk about a just and fair transition, there is no competition. There is the same aim, the same ambition, and the field is big for everyone.
So for Schneider also, I think he already mentioned, I think we have been having a common goal and aim primarily to drive sustainability. And there are many investments even Schneider has been making in the sector, which is primarily driving this sustainability and giving that access to energy, which is, for us, access to energy is the basic human right, what we believe. And I think we are pretty committed to help achieve that across the globe. So when it comes to learning from different testimonies what we have created across the globe, so there are plenty of good testimonies what we have created in Europe, US, even in India. So I think that cross leverage is becoming very, very important, and we are happy to be partnering with companies like Total and many more companies like that, primarily to be part of the same journey to help digitize and create a sustainable future for next generations to come, which is there.
Is there any closing insights you would want to leave for the audience where they can look at creating, say, at least you adopting clean energy or making their usage a little more efficient?
So I'll just take a minute to share, because in India we started a program called Green Yodha. So I think that was started from India and it has become a global program. I think in Green Yodha as a program, we are calling all individual citizens, corporates to come together. It is more towards what we can contribute as an individual, as a corporate, or as a company to make this planet more and more greener and sustainable for next generations to come. We have been seeing the change in climate happening rapidly. We are seeing more natural incidences happening rapidly. Again, I think we have a role to play. What we do at our home individually or what we through our corporations is really going to make a huge difference. And I think we invite each one of you to be part of that same program, #Green Yodha. You can just find it on Google, but I think it has become a global movement at this point of time in a big, big way.
Yeah, what I would say is being here with entrepreneurs, with people who are really trying to crack the code, proof of concept is a key. The proof of concept that what we are saying about sustainability and this energy transition, we are not greenwashers. We have to act and to be proud of what we do. And I'm particularly proud myself of what Total Energies does. And when you see the startups there working with us, applying to Total Energy, which is based in Station F, they are extremely proud also of what they can get and what they can try. This is their contribution. It's not perfect. We are trying, we fail, we learn from that, but at least we contribute. And this is maybe the message for everyone. I mean, it's okay to criticize, it's very interesting to participate, and we are proud of trying ourselves.
So I'd like to thank you both for taking out time and sharing your insights and valuable learnings that you have over these years. And I look forward to seeing you also interact with our startups. We have a few startups with clean tech also, so there are 21 startups here. And thank you all for being a participant for the event.
Or your team has taken. Okay.
You take a picture?
Yeah, I was just giving my phone as well.
investing in India's startup ecosystem, opportunities and success stories. So this is a virtual session which will focus on exploring the opportunities and possibilities that the Indian startup ecosystem holds in the present and the future. And the session will also try to elaborate on these opportunities by highlighting the existing success stories within the ecosystem. To shed light on the same, we have an amazing speaker, Mr. Dhyanu Das, who is the co-founder of Agility Ventures. Over to you, Mr. Das.
Good afternoon, everyone. I exactly don't know what the time is there in Paris, but here it is. Good afternoon. I'm not able to share the PPT, so should I be sending it to you? Can you share the PPT?
Yeah, we have your PPT. If you're not able to, let me share it for you.
Yeah. Have you sent the latest one, Prachi?
I'm just sharing the PPT.
Sure. So in the meantime, I can introduce myself. Great. So we are Agility Ventures. We are a platform where startups, founders meet the investors and the ecosystem. We help startups not just raise funds, but also to grow them and introduce them to mentors and to other ecosystem partners where they can collaborate and make it a successful startup. Can you move to the next slide, please? So I'll quickly move away from the introduction. So if you can move to the next slide. Great. So far in the last 3 years, we have invested in about 48 startups, done about 2,500 odd, have about 2,500 odd investors who regularly invest with us in different startups and have launched 2 funds. One is a D2C, which is a VC fund, $8 million, and other one is a category 1, 450 crore fund, which is angel fund and which invest into sector agnostic, any kind of startups, manufacturing, EVs, all across. We only invest in India, though our investor base is from all over the world. Can you move to the next slide? I think, yeah, perfect. Thank you. So far, with our proven track record, we have less than 40% mortality in our investments. And we prefer mid rounds like post seed round or post angel round when a person is raising some money before Series A or Series B. And we have, got the startups more funds to invest in along with us so that, the startups can not just raise money and definitely help themselves grow along with the knowledge what they get with the ecosystem partners. Can you move to the other one? Next slide. Okay, these are some of our portfolios. Powergami is raising now. Flip Health is, we just sold the company. We invested it in about 14 months back. Now we sold it about 1 week back. In 14 months, we generated about 28% IRR. Battery is a only EV company of the country, which is a EBITDA positive with a turnover close to 100 crores, second year in a row. And EBITDA positive since last 4 years. This is the flavor of the time where you should be EBITDA positive. Can you move to the other ones? Some of them are already sold and some of them are raising big monies. Can you move to the next slide? So this is the journey of Indian startup ecosystem so far, where, India has emerged from nobody in the startup ecosystem to number 3 in the world, where if you see, we were at only 500 startups in 2015, 1,000 startup in 2016. And today we are sitting at approximately around close to 100,000 startups, precisely about 93,000. That's a huge, huge jump in the number of startups that have been started. The primary reason is also the government initiatives, what they did, and the infrastructure which is built by the government for the startup ecosystem. back in 2000, back in 2000 or back in 1990s, the technology was not there in the government departments, or government was not using technology at all. But look at it now. In 2013, UPI was first spoken about, and today we are transacting 300, 400 million transactions a day, targeting to touch a billion transactions a day. If you show this UPI to the world, they will be so shocked that how this thing can happen. It's much faster, easier than the Bitcoin people talk about. And look at the Aadhaar, which is unique ID, obviously thought by the government, but improvised by the tech innovator, or you can say the torchbearer of tech in India, Nandan Nalikan, who just put digitalization to the unique ID. And I probably personally think that there is no other country without 1.4 billion people using Aadhaar the way we are using Aadhaar, or the unique ID system. Large companies are, but the large companies are about 200, 300 people, 200, 2 lakh to 3 lakh people, not more than that. And countries are not at all using it. Coming to the other parts where the government is supporting the ecosystem, where the government is supporting the entire development of startup India or startups in the country, is they are creating one of the very unique e-com like ONDC, which is where hyper-local commerce will benefit a lot, where people sitting in home can order from the local shop instead of ordering from Amazon or Flipkart. It will definitely change the way the technology is functioning, or the e-commerce is functioning right now. Once the ONDC is applied like UPI or Aadhaar, I'm sure that it is gonna be a game changer for the world as well, because this is nothing nothing has done in the world. After that, there is the way the government is democratizing the credit. At the moment, you should have the assets to back, or the people who are having a great credit can only get the credit from the government or the banks. Otherwise, there is no ecosystem at all in the country. But India, with the UPI, with the unique identification, they are creating the democratization of credit, peer-to-peer lending, or they are creating the digital information as a collateral where the banks can give money to individuals whose information will be key to give them loans, where how they are receiving the payments in UPI, or how they are making the payments, how their credit is functioning, how much money is in their bank at the time when they're applying. And it will all happen digitally. So the digital information will become a collateral instead of a land or a property becoming a collateral. And then finally, the AI, which is we are all now using through ChatGPT or the other functions what we are using, creating our imaging system and all that through AI. India is using the AI. The government is using the AI in making let's say there are 22, 23 languages in the country. So you can, speak to words or text to speak. All these things will be used through the AI, and that will only help the entire ecosystem, and everything will be digitalized. And finally, where the entire ecosystem will be changed with the India Stack. Many of us haven't heard of India Stack, which is probably what I can say is you can consider it as internet. We all use it. If internet is not there for 2 hours, we start shouting. If GPS is not there, we can't do anything. So think of India Stack as the internet or the GPS for all the digital infrastructure in the country, putting together, and everything work in hand to hand, like the KYC, like the unique identifications, or anything which is all stacked together. That's where everything will be functioning. Can you move to the next slide? Thank you. So all these things, from 2010 when the UPI, 13 when the UPI, and 2010 when the Aadhaar was introduced, all these things are putting together is making all these startups bloom and to grow. And now, in 2021 and 2022, I will go back to, the little negative of what happened in the last 1 year, but what is there as a positive thing, which is lying for India. The major 3 points which is negative is happening is the funds. The funds are not there. The fund flow has decreased by about 75% in the country. The 1.4 billion population was oversold by every startup in the country. Whereas if you count as 300 million households in the country, only 10 million, only about 3% of the entire household is responsible for, is responsible for 50% of consumption in India. That means the market size is pretty small. That's the second negative thing. And then, because of the funding in 2021 and 2022, huge funding, most of the founders lacked the focus on, they should focus on profitability, or they should focus on at least cash positive, if not EBITDA or profit positive. But this all is changed this year, and the entire diversification and maturity is coming in 2023, where the collaboration is happening between the companies, or where the mergers and acquisitions is happening big time. Less unicorns are getting formed just because of funding. People are preferring more EBITDA positive. And absolutely in 2021, the IPO floodgates were opened for the startup ecosystem. And today, there are a lot of startups, there are a lot of companies which never thought of doing IPO are doing the IPO, and that is giving a huge push. And whereas, if you see the world, the global financial economics are not doing that well. There is a lot of uncertainty. But in India, it's not there. India is still growing at fast pace. What is the weakness of the global economics? India is at the moment, sounding as huge confidence in the founders, and also in the entire ecosystem. People are not just sounding confident, they are acting confident as well, and they are making the things, the changes which are absolutely required for the ecosystem. Can you move to the next slide? Can you move to the next slide, please? So, this is what funding winter had done to India, which is very positive, I would say. Back in 2011 till 2015-16, there were no investors. There were hardly about 500 to 1,000 investors in the ecosystem. And suddenly, the businesses started showing a lot of promise, especially because of all this digitalization push by the government of India. The biggest milestone was achieved when the digital payments in 2015 were made mainstream. That's when, funding just opened its door for India, and huge monies were flowing in. In the first half itself in 2022 was like $12 billion flowing into India. But in 2023, not like that. It's hardly about $3 billion. That's making the startups focus on their valuation, adjust their valuation, focus on the profitability or unit economics, or also raise the strategic investment, raising from the company, which is in future may acquire them or give them business so that, they can at least have an exit clarity for their investors or for their angels. They're also focusing more on, angel investment, where angels can help the founders, not just get the money, or also to build the businesses. Next slide, please. So this is what I spoke about earlier. This is what the big push to India which the government is pushing, Aadhaar, UPI, ONDC, democratization of credit and AI. This is also, making everything possible. Imagine, you can open a bank account in 5 minutes today. How is that possible? Because of KYC. You can transfer money to another account through UPI in less than 5 seconds. QR code, less than 5 seconds, and payment is done. ONDC is yet not been mainstream, but it's showing signs. And same with democratization of credit, where you as a person can get credit through your bank account or through Paytm or other apps in less than 10 seconds. I have done that in 30 seconds. You just click on a button and you get the credit in your account. So this is what big push by the government, and it's all free. Nobody is charging you for using this application. UPI is absolutely free. ONDC will be free. It's not for profit. The AI is absolutely free even today, and it will be in future as well. And Aadhaar definitely, And now, when you travel abroad, I came back today only. So when you travel abroad, I was not able to use my Digi Yatra because the airlines, international airlines, are not yet using Digi Yatra. This is changing the landscape. I mean, if you go to from Delhi to any airport, it takes you 5 minutes to do everything. It's just digitalized. You just scan your digital Digi Yatra and done, finished. This is how it is all changing the entire Indian landscape of startups. I think, can you move to the next slide, please? Can you move to that? Yeah, thank you. So these are the, sectors where we can change the landscape for the world. Like fintech, nowhere in the world the monies are used like the way UPI is doing it. Nowhere in the world the apps like Paytm or other things are happening, except for Apple have got it now. But the way we are using the digital payments, nobody is using it. Nobody in the world is using it. I mean, no matter what, you can say that, WeChat and all that are doing it, but that's all private. But this is all government, UPIs and all that. So nowhere in the world is happening like the way we are happening. Same thing with health tech or health infrastructure. The way India performed in the COVID, we don't need to say anything. We are still the best doctors of the world. I mean, there were a lot of studies which said that, in US, about 39% doctors are Indian doctors. In UK, everywhere, you see doctors, they are from India only. And now, it's the time for health sector in India to deliver to the world, which is already happening. And the world is taking a notice of this. Same thing with EdTech. We produce the world's biggest EdTech company, Baiju. We are still, on the way to change the education system of India. But yes, definitely, the EdTech has changed it so much that, now people are buying short courses, selling short courses, people are studying online. Pandemic have also expedited the EdTech. But on top of other things, the phones, the digital phones, the smartphones have changed the landscape of education in the country. And this is making it more possible for people to, put it to the world that this is how the education can also be done for the world. Agri-tech, definitely we lack in this system. We are still behind because there is still a technology gap in the agriculture. We are still doing the way traditional way it is happening. But wherever this is implemented, India is absolutely the country which was, agriculture-based economy till very late. And we were the most innovative in agri-tech in those times. But now of late, we are not innovating in that. But I think now this is the time when somebody like Nandan Ali can come forward and change the entire dynamics, which can also help the world. At the moment, we are not leading this sector, I would say. But yes, we are leading the exports, we are leading the quantity, we are leading a lot of things. And definitely, if you go abroad, I travel a lot to other countries, you will not find the taste of the fruit in other countries. They look like, plastic. They taste like bland or something like that. And software, nobody need to say about software. We are anyways, which way is leading the world in the software. We are the back office of every software giant of the world, including, in the 90s or in the 80s, the youngsters left the country to take up the opportunities in the other part of the world. That's why all the CEOs of all the big giants are Indian CEOs. And now they are coming back, most of them wanting to come back. Look at the founder of, big companies which are visiting India, including Google, including Elon Musk, who is now wanting to come to India. He always say that I have my CFO from India, I have my director from India. And, that's so praising because the talent was already there, but yet unexplored. But now because of the startup landscape, all these people are wanting to come back and start something big. Look at the Zoho, created from a small, humble beginning. Look at Zerodha, 11 million people being served. All these things, Paytm, all these things are changing the software industry, started by Infosys itself. And definitely clean energy and sustainability. We always start late, but whenever we start, we become, we pick up very fast, faster than the global world. We are number one we are the cheapest in the data usage. We are number one in the mobile usage. We are number one in the fintech digitalization. So we are very fast. We will catch up very fast. Next slide, please. So, why India should become the potential investment destination for the global investors. We as a country is not one market. We all have to understand that, which I just said, that, out of the 300 million household, only 10 million are responsible for the 50% of purchasing power. India is almost like 20 markets. You can consider the tier 1 as Europe or US. You can consider the tier 3 or tier 4 as the third world countries. And you can see there are many in-between markets. The mindsets are different. The purchasing power is different. The requirement of the product is vastly different. In Ladakh, nobody requires air conditioning. In Mumbai, nobody requires heating systems. So the requirement is also very unique in the country. And yet unexplored, completely unexplored. Many CEOs of the large unicorn founders overestimated the 1.4 billion people and sold that story. They realized that, no, it's not that. That's why, most of them are cutting jobs, because now it's the time to focus on the right market with the right push of investment. Look at how Dulera is coming up. Look at how Gift City is coming up. About 5 years back, Gift City had, no buildings at all. There were just some small shacks where you could go and talk to people. And today, look at how it is coming up. Dulera is coming up like Shenzhen in the next few years. I won't be surprised if it is at par with some city like Shenzhen. That's why we need a lot of investment. And India, as the government is doing ease of business, the passport ranking, the transparency in the system, the transparency in the digitalization of the entire country, that is making the investors look for India. And definitely the consumer nation. We are still, 1.4, 1.5 billion people. We will be consuming something or the other. That's why the first thing is, the consumer market, which is growing very fast. The economic growth, we have already shown the world that we are the fastest growing economy of the world, even though we are 1.4, 1.5 billion people. And now, with the growth in the industrial sector, which was never pushed because we still lack the skill development of the blue collar, like China did that. And once that's happening, which is already started, once that reaches about 40 to 50% level, we will become the factory for the world. Maybe not as big as China, but we may become the fastest growing factory for the world and may lead, if not number one, number two in the next 15 to 20 years. people are looking up to us for their needs, and India is producing good products to last longer. China is known for, the product lifespan is very less. That's why, investors are looking at India to put it in all these sectors. Obviously, technology and innovation is something really big. Uh, and on top of it, the infrastructure. Look at the way the policies are coming up in India, the national logistics policy or the national push by the government, where, all the things are made to last much, much, much longer, including the policies, including the infrastructure, including the one window policy. All these things are created by the authorities, the governments, the big corporates to last longer and favorable for the investments or the investors. And then finally, the access to the global talent, because India is still yet very talented country when it comes to the talent, the students, the kind of software engineers or the engineers we have produced. World have a notice of that, and definitely we also have the access to that. So that's where investors are getting attracted, and we are coming up as a super, if not a superpower, we are definitely coming as the top power, top 5 powers of the world. Look at the neighbors of the country, where the economies are dying. In Pakistan, the economy is almost at the collapse. The economy of Sri Lanka collapsed about 2 years back, and India helped them. Look at the other nations, Nepal or other nations, but yet we are in the center shining like how America was shining back in the 70s or 80s. So we are definitely proving to the world that we are worth investing in. Next slide, please. So that's it from my side. This is why one should look at Indian startup ecosystem, or one should look at to invest in India. And if there are any questions or anything, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Das. It was a great session. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Should I leave the call now?
Thank you.
we are very delighted today to have with us a wonderful speaker, Dr. Hemang, who is India Engineering Lead from Qualcomm. You know, there is huge interest in India for digital and how tech in India can change life and drive inclusive growth. And we are delighted that Dr. Hemang will give us perspective also from Qualcomm, but also overall from the tech landscape of how India will be able to empower and create inclusive growth in the new tech revolution, and what we call the next decade of India will be powered by tech and will be powered by digital. So let's give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Hemang from Qualcomm. Over to you, sir. The floor is yours, and waiting to listen to your thoughts.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here. Bonjour, everyone. I learned a very little bit of French, back when I was in school days, so I won't experiment that on you all. But I'm delighted at having this opportunity to share some insights from a topic which is very close to my heart, which are Indian startups and the revolutions that they are bringing over here. In the past few years, the growth of startups seen in India has been on a remarkable trajectory. And first and foremost, the entity to thank is Startup India, because they have really championed the effort. Today, we are on the cusp of having almost, and we'll get there probably in a couple of days, we're on the cusp of having 100,000 registered startups in India. And if you look at that every day, there's a great number of startups which are registering themselves, which means that great number of opportunities are being spotted, great number of problems are being solved. And apart from the ease of registration, it's also the incentives which are being offered to the startups. Yesterday, I was at an ecosystem get-together, in Bangalore, where I'm based. There were about 50, 60 of us from different corporates, different industry bodies, venture capitalists, who got together to discuss simply what's the scene of deep tech startups in India and what all can we do to support them. So I just thought of sharing some insights with you all. And the goal here is to share what these examples are, or what these exemplary startups are doing in India, and also what can we do in our various capacities in order to make them more successful. So if you allow me, I'll just share my screen. And I'll just request if someone can confirm if you are seeing my screen or not. Okay, let me start by giving an overview about Qualcomm. Qualcomm, at its origin and at its heart, is a systems level company. What this means is that we don't solve a problem that is important for us, that is important for our product, whichever it is that we are working on. But we also see how that plays a big role in the end-to-end cycle. How does it affect, let's say, the journey before reaching our devices, and how does it impact, let's say, at the network and at the operator level? Because only when you solve end-to-end, you can create meaningful, innovative solutions. And this system level mindset is also important for startups, because when they are starting off, they are spotting what I would call as a very local problem. But the sooner that they realize that they need to figure out how they fit in the entire puzzle of things, how they can make a much bigger impact than just the immediate first order customers in front of them. If they adopt the system level mindset, then they can scale much faster and they can grow much faster. And at Qualcomm, we are always looking at what's coming up next, right from championing the growth from 3G to 4G to 5G, and soon we'll have 6G. We like to see what users will be facing as problems, what will their demands be, and how can we innovate to make sure that they have the best experience on whatever devices, whatever use cases that they have. And our innovations are in a variety of technical sectors, whether it's power management, whether it's making sure that your location information is ultra accurate, whether it's machine learning, enabling your different AI problems on, again, whichever type of device that you're using. CPU, GPU, we like to innovate in each and every aspect of technology that impacts our lives. And this focus on innovation has come by the company deeply believing in R&D investment. And so we've been investing more than $75 billion over the years, and the company has been granted more than 140,000 patents worldwide. And I'm very sure that whatever is your favorite device, it is using a Qualcomm technology or multiple technologies. And this is what we think is important to share with the startups. Like, not just figure out what the startup is doing and how you can benefit from that, but rather flip the problem statement also around and look at what is it that you are doing well that can enable the startups that can make that journey better. So with that mindset, in India, Qualcomm is working on a variety of ecosystem initiatives and programs. I'll very briefly give you a high-level recap, but then we'll quickly turn the focus to our startup engagements. So we work on various societal development projects through our Wireless Reach initiative. On the skilling front, we have been imparting our knowledge and know-how, especially relevant to startups on IPR front, using a program called L2 Pro. On the technical training and skilling, we have the Qualcomm Wireless Academy. We enable fundamental research through the Qualcomm Innovation Fellowship and through partnerships with universities on research projects. Our focus for today is going to be our startup engagements and the kind of startups that we are seeing that are making an impact in India. And over here, we have three broad programs. One is called the flagship program is called the Qualcomm Design in India Challenge. Then we have a program for women-founded startups called the Qualcomm Women Entrepreneurs India Network. For that program, we very recently announced our top 8 selections for this year's cohort. And late last year, we announced a program called the Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program, for which we have selected 4 startups that are bringing semiconductor product innovations to the market. Now, all these startup engagements can be broadly classified as engagements with early stage startups. And on the late stage startups, we have the Qualcomm Ventures, which has been investing in Indian startups for more than a decade through the India Innovation Fund. We also have strong engagements with our licensees, and we enable them using the Qualcomm Innovation Lab, which is based in Bangalore. And for even later stage startups and some select companies, we bring them in through the Design Acceleration Program. But what are these startups? I know I've said, we've been working with a variety of startups. So just to give you a flavor, in October 2022, when 5G went live in India, on that very day in our booth, we are fortunate to have the Prime Minister Modi visit our booth and spend time with 2 of our startups that were 5G ready. So there we have 5 startups which are 5G ready, and very quickly they were Dhruva Space, which is building a tracker to scan and determine satellite versus terrestrial radio links. So they are building sort of like an internet, use IoT using satellite communications. Then we have a startup called Yogify, which is building smart, intelligent yoga mats. And I'll share a bit about what they are doing, in a couple of slides. We have Nimble Vision, which is doing real-time water quality. And later on, that can be extended to sewage quality into enabling all kinds of water-related deployments in the country. And you can see the founder of Nimble Vision, Chinnaya, having a conversation explaining the impact of his product to Prime Minister. Next, we have Ajna Lens, and I'll again talk about them in a bit more detail. So they are using XR technologies, for vocational skilling. Very impactful problem, enabling multiple skilled laborers or skilled workers across a variety of industries. And we have Light Metrics, which is a dash cam with driver alerts. So all these are 5G ready startups. And they were working with us over time into refining their product, making sure it's optimized the minute 5G went live in India. So let's dig into a couple of these examples. So let's say you have a large automobile factory, and that a big part of choosing cars is choosing the color which goes on the cars. And that requires people who go in and paint. So spray painting is a highly sought skill, for this particular industry and many others. Now, the way these workers get trained is that they go to these industrial training institutes where they get access to different spray painters. And a big part about their getting more proficient is to have a muscle memory for them to know that based on what they're trying to go after, how much of paint to release, what kind of uniformity of strokes they want, and so on. Now that results in a lot of chemical being wastage while that person becomes more proficient. What Achna Lens is doing is that they have their XR system. It's a virtual reality solution that they have, and you can see their device over here. And they have these modified spray painters. So these are actual spray paint cans which are used in the real world, but they have modified by putting sensors so that they can determine the amount of pressure you're putting, to close the switch, so that they know how much of this virtual spray to release. You can actually even put, real paint inside so that the weight is simulated, just nothing will come out of it. And then you have sensors which track the position and the orientation of the spray painter. They have a fully customized software suite which has been developed to render effectively over their XR system. And so through this, the system which is live over 5G, because they're skilling so many people, right? So all that compute can happen in a remote location, and all you need to deploy at a training institute are these glasses and their modified spray painter cans. All the entire compute backend can be remote, and people can learn over 5G. Yogify is another exciting application where they're using or where they're developing smart yoga mats. So imagine a number of us, and if you look at the timing, in a couple of days we'll have the International Yoga Day. A number of us will be practicing yoga poses. But a problem that I face individually is that I feel good after my yoga session, but I don't know how my control was over certain poses. All I know is that maybe I stumbled, maybe I wavered over a bit. But I tend to think of that for the entire pose. So here that they break each asana into multiple poses, and they have a yoga mat which has thousands of sensors that allow the determination of the pressure that the person is putting on the yoga mat. They have a computer vision system which is tracking the orientation of the person who's taking or who's doing the yoga asanas. What this box can also do is it can connect to other yoga boxes so that you can have maybe a group session, maybe like an instructor-led session, or it could be like a peer-to-peer session. And because they have computer vision algorithms running on that box, for each pose, they can determine the control, the stability, and they can give you a nice report card. So over time, as you become better at your yoga practice, you can quantify which areas you're really getting better and where you have more work to do. So Yogify is a very impactful solution that is being brought out into the market. Now, how did we enable these startups, right? And that's where I wanted to talk a bit more about the Qualcomm Design in India program, and more so from a perspective of how to get these startups to work effectively with you, no matter the size of your organization. Now, to just give you a sense of perspective, here are the variety of startups that we have been working with. And you can see in this diagram, they've been split across the different verticals. So you have the smart cities vertical, you have robotics and drones, medical technologies, 5G, wearables, and so on. Automotive is a big sector which is coming up in India. So if you look at, broadly speaking, under the IoT bucket, and increasingly we are seeing these startups move on, towards, and not just edge compute, but running AI algorithms on the device itself. Now, to work with these number of startups, we have incubated 89 startups so far. And soon enough, we'll be announcing our cohort for QDIC 2023. Now, to select these 89 startups, we received applications from 1,600 different startups all across the country. And here's where I would like to acknowledge Startup India's help in helping solicit all these applications. they've been wonderful partners, and their outreach to startups all across the country is remarkable. So once we get these applications, we shortlist them, we select them, and of these, if you look at the progress that they're making across a variety of metrics. So if you like to check their funding levels, so we have 15 which are Series A and beyond. We have a good number of exits, through M&A or direct acquisition or acqui-hires in some cases. They are launching numerous products, and this number is also increasing by the day. They have raised more than $250 million in funding. And a metric that we personally take good pride in for the startups is that they have filed for more than 350 plus patents. Now I want to talk to you about how do you enable this in practice. So the incubation cycle starts with a rigorous selection. You have to know what your capabilities are, firstly, as an enabler. So in our case, it's an incubation program which runs over 9 months. So we have to be very sure of selecting startups that can make the most of this duration. And similarly, we have to select startups that we are in a position to help the most. We encourage rapid prototyping. So our program is designed in such a way that in about roughly 2.5 to 3 months of them joining the program, they are ready with their prototype. So we call it the mid-cycle review. And after that 3 months of timeline, we push them towards refining their prototype so that they get into pilot production. And this is enabled by a deep technical guidance. We have a fully dedicated team that works with the startups. We have an amazing lab which has been designed in a one-stop shop format. So the startups don't have to go to one lab, then another, and then another. In a single lab, they can get most of their work done. In this lab, we also take care of their pre-production certification.
Hi,
so
Dr. Hemang, could you conclude in 5 minutes, if possible?
Oh, yeah. Sure. I thought I was given an hour.
A little faster there because everything is running a little late. So apologies from our side, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. IPR mentoring, business mentoring, and then it runs in a challenge format, which are the top 3 winners. And we have a very strong alumni connect with them. So even after they have exited our program, we make sure that we are well plugged in with them to enable them on their commercialization journey. A big part about that ecosystem is the enhanced startup promotion. So events like VivaTech, events like the Meet Taipei Accelerator program, those are very helpful for startups because that's where they can get good business connects. We have also started an innovation commercialization fund, which is a grant format. Basically, all our programs, they run in an equity-free format. So what we want to do is make sure that they're in a position to succeed, and then later on, they can become potential customers for us or potential investees. So giving you some more startup examples, we have Tech Eagle, which is building a drone delivery network. And this is for let's say, urgent deliveries such as medicines in really remote areas. So they are building long-range drones, and not just drones, but they're also building a network of drones so that drones can refuel or recharge their batteries and then proceed on to the next hop. We have IROV and a number of underwater drone startups, but IROV is an exemplary startup because they are not just doing underwater drone inspection, but they're also doing over the water or surface level water inspections. And also, let's say for dams or monitoring areas where you want to make sure what kind of water surface they are looking at for industrial applications. I want to touch a bit on our program for women-founded startups, where we have mentored more than 25 startups. We have recently announced a cohort of 8 startups covering verticals including drones, XR, IoT, fabless semiconductors, agri-tech, and more. The program works by pairing the startups with a direct mentor over a 6-month duration. We have a series of master classes which are designed specifically for the startups to scale up. And then we give them networking and personal development sessions so that their journey, so these are typically early stage startups solving for 0 to 1. And after this program, they are ready to fly. So that's our goal for Queen. And I want to share a bit what these exemplary women-founded startups are. We have Terra Lumen, which is bringing terahertz imaging technologies for cancer detection. Now, typically, cancer detection takes a much longer time. Through terahertz imaging, you can drop that time by more than 5 to 6 times with an accuracy of 95%. So Dr. Jyotirmayi Das is leading Terra Lumen. Here's the device snapshot, and they are currently in the validation stage. We have Enlight Research led by Garima Bharadwaj. So they are building what is called as the BIOS, or the Building Intelligent Operating System. Basically, IoT solutions that allow you to optimize the health and efficiency of every industrial facility. Suruchi is leading OSUS, which is a biorenewable startup where they are using carbon content of effluents as a feedstock to generate hydrogen. So they are working in industrial deployments, for an impactful problem. We have the Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program. And again, the idea here is to take semiconductor product startups by pairing them on one-on-one mentorship with leaders. The mentorship and the master classes are focused more on the technical front. And of course, our goal is to enable their journey into production. So here we are looking at 4 startups that are working on a range of problems such as high-speed surge and PLLs. We have AI-based data protection startups, MEMS microphone products, and virtual EMI EMC laboratories. So as deep as deep tech can get. Now, because these are all technical startups, patents and intellectual property is a very important area for them. And we are very proud that these startups have taken a strong belief and they're generating valuable IP portfolios for themselves. Now, in order to make sure that everyone can benefit from IPR, we shared our observations with DPIIT and NLU Delhi, and we have launched a program called L2 Pro India, which is completely free to use. Right now, the program has taken by more than 5,500 learners. It provides IPR education in a fun, easy format across 3 modules with certification. And because it's also meant to serve as a reference guide, you can see things such as where can one find patent facilitators in India? What are the IP incentives for startups in India? It pops up quizzes. The assessments are based on case studies. So it's meant to convert founders into IP filers so that they can recognize the innovations around them and can protect their IP. So in conclusion, the factors to enable strong startup success. Firstly, you cannot do it by yourself alone. You have to strongly work with the ecosystem. And in India, we have a very supportive and growing ecosystem covering the government, where, again, many thanks to Startup India, to DPIIT, to other programs such as Niti Aayog's Women Entrepreneurship Platform, and so on. Ministry of Electronics and IT with their METI Startup Hub. Those are all just some exemplary organizations from the government side which are fostering good number of startups. A lot from us in the industry as well as industry bodies have either incubators or accelerators, and we are all trying to do our bit to make sure these new innovators get to the next level. We have a strongly, we have a quite strong VC ecosystem in the country. And of course, we have a good number of startup incubators. So you work with all of them to make sure your startup selection, and then even after the startups graduate, you connect the dots further for them.
Thank you, Dr. Hemang, because the next, we were having difficulty to connect with you, so we lost 10 minutes in the beginning. We have to catch up because the other speakers are waiting.
Understood.
Yeah.
Sure. If you can just allow me, you have to design the programs for the vertical. And please, after they leave your programs, make sure you have strong alumni relations. So that's it from me. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Hemang from Qualcomm. And thank you so much for joining us digitally. And We will request people to look him up on LinkedIn and other channels to reach out. It's really interesting that the startup ecosystem is supported very strongly by Qualcomm, and we will see a huge amount of startups creating inclusion and innovation with tech. Thank you so much. And with that, we sign off and say bye-bye to him in India. I think you are in India now, yes?
Absolutely, I'm in Bangalore. So thank you so
thank
much for having me here. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, thank you. Ciao, ciao. All right, so now we move to a very, very important and interesting session. You know, all has been said about India's digital ecosystem and how it's creating wonderful opportunities. And therefore, there are also unique possibilities for collaboration between academia, between government, between startups, and also large companies. So may I now request the next panelists for our session, Fostering Digital Innovation Ecosystems Collaboration. First, I would like to call upon Sujit Nair from Foundation for Interoperability in the Digital Economy. Thank you, Sujit, for being here. It's interesting to see from yesterday to today, from laying the foundation of what you spoke yesterday, we will dive deep into some of the areas for collaboration. Next, we have Amrita Chowdhury, CEO and co-founder, Gaia Smart Cities. Also an interesting organization that's helping cities use data to get more efficient, more sustainable. So that's something interesting. And then we have our star speaker, Christian Quest from OpenStreetMaps. We really hope that India and OpenStreetMaps can chart a new path together. And I hope through OpenStreetMaps in Paris and through what Christian is doing, we have a wonderful opportunity to do that. Could I request somebody to get us a few more mics from the sound room as we will start our discussion? So maybe first, I would like to start with Christian from OpenStreetMaps. You know, OpenStreetMaps wouldn't exist without collaboration. I mean, without enough contributors, nothing would be there. So I think, what in your opinion is, how important is collaboration in that context? And how strongly do you foster collaboration and you seek out the right partners to collaborate with as you started and built OpenStreetMaps and now Panoramics, right? So over to you, and could you tell us how you've taken over the collaboration ecosystem as you started OpenStreetMaps?
Well, OpenStreetMap is it's not a new project. It's almost 20 years old now, and the contribution and all the crowd that is creating and updating the database is really the center of the project. Often, I say that if one day I had to choose to delete the database or miss the community that updates it, I prefer to delete the database because I know the community that are going to recreate it even better. So the asset of OpenStreetMap is not the data, it's the people that create and maintain the data.
Wow, that's amazing. You see, very, very clear. The asset is not the data, but the people that create and maintain the data. Amazing. I think that's a good note to start this panel on collaboration. Let's now move to Sujit. You know, Sujit, you manage FIDE, which is Foundation for Interoperability in the Digital Economy. And the word interoperability means multiple digital entities connecting, collaborating. So in the physical world and in the digital world, how strong has been your focus on collaboration? And, you know, just if you could give us one example of something that you are doing, maybe with one of the universities or with one of the corporate companies with their venture fund or with their venture initiative, it would be really great so that we set the stage as we start this discussion about collaboration. So over to you, Sujit.
Thank you, Jose. So on the collaboration and the kind of work we do at FIDE, we are actually continuing to build on a collaborative model that India has been doing for the last decade or so with the whole effort on digital public infrastructure that we've been doing, starting with the ID systems to payments and now commerce. And that collaboration talks about three what appear to be a seemingly disconnected ecosystems actually working together to solve problems for population scale issues like transportation, healthcare. And these disconnected ecosystems are, in India, there are three Hindi words for this. We call it Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar. Essentially means Samaj being the society or the individuals, crowd, Sarkar being the government, and Bazaar being the market, which means the market, entrepreneurs, and innovators. So collaboration essentially for us to identify the complex problems the population faces as a civilization we face, and making that problem not be dependent on one of any of these ecosystems or one organization or one individual to solve for it by itself, but distributing that ability to solve across all the three such ecosystems working together to make this solve. And I think digital is a very powerful medium to bring them together to solve for these problems, whether it's coming to payments in India. India had very poor digital payments. Today we talk about close to 10 billion payments a month happening on digital public infrastructure. So our model essentially is to sort of find a very lightweight digital sort of infrastructure that makes all of them come and collaborate on complex problem. The examples that I can give you, Jose, here is that we have taken this idea of interoperability with digital public infrastructure to solve for problems like mobility. So we have auto rickshaw, which is a taxi, local three-wheeler taxi in Bangalore, as a union coming from the Samaj or the society coming together and saying that we don't want to be part of these big tech ride-hailing platforms, but can we discover rides online by ourselves? And they've used this lightweight infrastructure called the backend protocol, which is an open source data standards, and sort of reimagine how ride-hailing happens so they can directly, without any central intermediary, can discover and find rides. So much so the extent that we have close to 70,000 drivers online on their own sort of an infra platform, and they generate about 60,000 rides. In fact, this is an initiative that just started about 7 months ago. They clocked the first million in 6 months. The second million rides happened in 30 days, and the third million happened in 20 days. And this is pretty much
amazing.
the society collaborating with lightweight technologies and thinking of innovation very differently than what probably the Silicon Valley thinks of innovation in terms of ride-hailing.
Excellent. You know, it's really interesting. We had Christian who said, you know, I believe in people and the power is with the people. You can delete my data, but it'll come back again because the people will do it. A strong case for collaboration. Then we had Sujit saying, you know, we got Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar together, the community, the marketplace and government together to enable things that actually work. But interestingly, in the collaborating framework, somehow there is no place for the middleman. It's directly between two entities that want to support each other, while the ecosystem overall tries to see how two entities that need each other can actually do business with each other, do it at speed, do it at scale. Excellent. So it's not just collaboration for collaboration's sake and let's add as many nodes as we want to the point, but collaboration to create success, to create and to help build the economy. Now let's go to Gaia Smart Cities and you know, let's hear their perspective, because as they set up ecosystems and create smart cities, it's multiple tons of data coming from different streams of data collection. And then probably, you know, how are they using ecosystems within cities or within decision-making bodies to create greater impact, and how they put together, probably in India and also in other governments, everything is in silos, and probably the silos are not talking to each other. So could you throw some light on what challenges you face and how you see collaboration in your entity to make cities smarter, safer, sustainable, and better?
Absolutely. So there's a huge, I think, similarity in vision and purpose, because at Gaia, we say that we are an information and analytics company operating at the intersection of business, government, and society. So very, very similar. There are two things that we do. One is that we are building, we have platforms that we are taking to solve for GovTech kind of problems. And then we are designing systems at the city scale, right? And in both of them, there are numerous examples of how different parties need to come together. Obviously, when you look at the city system, right? If you look at the city system, the whole idea is that through the common control system, the command system, you're able to orchestrate multiple functions. One of the solutions that we had repurposed actually for one of the smart cities that we work with is a workforce management solution. And we were able to transform it into a request response system for the city to actually deliver a variety of services to citizens, and the algorithm in the middle allows that orchestration, that automated orchestration. So it's really from the citizen to directly, the person who needs to perform the task. We've deployed it in Agra. We've taken it from India to the US and in the state of Pennsylvania, serving about a population of 5 million people. So these are examples of where you can bring in multiple city services onto a common platform and really help the citizen who can come into that one place, and then from there, whoever that needs to service and fulfill that request can actually go in. And I was listening to some of your conversations around the beacon protocol and the conversations that you're having for the Olympics, right? And the next stage of that also can be request response systems or service delivery systems, and this could be a very neat fit in onto what you are doing. But going back into other ways in which the collaboration happens. So there are many problems which are not fully solved yet. So we've been designing the traffic system for Delhi. Now this is a very large scale, large footprint project because Delhi has about 1,800 junctions, 33,000 kilometers of road network. Obviously, maps is a huge part of this and crowdsourced data. But India has some unique problems, and the problems are that our vehicles are across multiple classes. So you don't have just the cars and the vehicles and the light trucks and the utility trucks and so on. You also have the three-wheelers and the tempos and so on. And there is no lane discipline. So there is no software today that, in terms of the adaptive signaling system, that is 100% accurate in terms of, the ingredient into the adaptive signaling system is really being able to accurately classify and count the vehicle movement as it happens through the cities. And there is no software that is able to do that. So there's a lot of collaboration happening. We've been actually working with people from IIT Delhi. There is all of the IITs have think tanks. There is a huge Make in India push also for that. So it's an area where many people come together again to solve something which is very unique to India.
Excellent. So you see, to distill from what she was saying, there are lots of problems in India, and we need lots of solutions. And the only way to bridge the gap and to find the solutions quickly is to find lots of collaboration. It's interesting, it's not only me, I'm sure that some of you also noticed, these three guys are already talking a collaborative language. They are sitting on stage together, and I can already find some areas of collaboration in what they spoke.
Can I just add? I'm a huge fan of what Christian Quest's work on OpenStreetMaps. And I think some of us from India know here that we only have one platform to depend on for maps, and sometimes not a great position to be in. So one of the collaborations we are working on is to, as much as we are trying to see how something like Beacon we can do for collaboration in France, we definitely need a mapping ecosystem like OpenStreetMaps to be having a much more wider adoption. And that's something that we're definitely wanting to collaborate on and working together.
Excellent. So now let me come back to Christian. A lot of requests. Everybody wants you in India, or wants the things to take off and get the collaboration ecosystem for OpenStreetMaps to basically, become much more used and much more live and up to date, like you would say. What do you think are the 2-3 challenges that you would see for OpenStreetMaps to be as successful in India as it's in Paris? Please throw some light on this.
I think you defined that there was 3 kinds of actors. We have to break the barrier between them, because some actor can have not only one role but 2 roles. And we see, for example, companies that are using OpenStreetMap data but that are also contributing to the database. And this is very important. You cannot only sit as a user, as a consumer of the data, but also as much as you can to improve the data. We choose a license that makes this even mandatory. Because what we don't want is to have a diverging common. We want to have a converging common where everybody is improving the same common database instead of taking it away and doing things on its side. So it's very important to think that you can have both roles using the data, but also improving directly or indirectly.
Excellent, so from divergence to convergence and recognizing that people or actors could have multiple roles, one as someone using the data and one as someone providing the data itself. Excellent. From my side, as you deepen your collaboration in India, do you also see other possibilities of collaboration with drone startups, with satellite or space startups? We have some of those in India. And if these startups also say from our social perspective, we would like to give some data, how does it work? Does it work? Does it not work? What's the incentive for them to do this? Can you throw some light on this?
There's a lot of areas where a startup can use and improve OpenStreetMap. You can have AI startup doing computer vision and things like that. They can do a lot of things on satellite or aerial imagery. They can do that on street level imagery. We have data analysis and things like that. A lot of things can be done. And sometimes, for example, if you take taxi rides, when if you have an app that is used for taxi rides, the app can record the tracks, and these tracks we can combine them and confirm that our data that we have in the geographic database match the tracks that are recorded. If all the cars are going one way in a street, we could imagine that it's a one-way street. Well, the reverse is not right, but it's typically the kind of external improvement of the data. It's not a direct one, but if you collect that kind of data, you can share so that other people can use it to improve the global database.
Excellent. So, guys, all the startups listening to us online and those who are here, your man is Christian Quest, right? So go to him, see how you can find ways to collaborate, connect. And I'm sure that as we improve map data in India through open data and OpenStreetMaps, I'm sure that the layer of commerce that will run on top will do it more efficiently, will do it faster, better. And therefore, economic growth and the velocity of money and growth in India will also go fast. So for sure, OpenStreetMaps is here. They are open for collaboration. Please meet Christian. You can also look him up. I'll come back to the last round where I ask each of you to share how people can reach you, whom they can connect if they want to discuss collaboration. Let's go back to Gaia Smart City. You're doing Delhi. It's really complicated. Christian was just talking about one-way street and stuff. I don't want to go deeply into that, but it's quite difficult to conclude rules-based system or systems-based rules. So there are unique challenges, especially if you're trying to optimize and create mobility for a city like Delhi. Could you tell us one or two things, maybe one thing that went well that suddenly happened in the project and you were shocked and surprised that, wow, this is quick and it happened fast. And one thing that's going slow, maybe it's to get data from some department or, just to give us, because as other startups look to solve problems, maybe they get some inspiration even from your story where some things are not working at all and some things are working too fast. So one win and one challenge in your journey.
Okay, so Delhi is actually at the design stage, right? And it's the design is sort of almost complete, and it's with MHA Home Affairs for approval. But within that, if you take a look at some of the elements that you were talking about, we went through a lot of convincing of the authorities of trying to use crowdsourced data, which really simplifies things, which really makes things instantaneous. It brings down the cost in the long term, because otherwise if you have fixed detectors, you can only have so many. There are many operational challenges with ensuring the maintenance of them, ensuring that they are actually in the correct place, because the topography of the city is a live thing. It changes. The day you build your on-ground hardware, it becomes obsolete the next day because something changes. So, that entire engagement took almost 3 to 4 to 6 months almost to convince people in different ways about how all of the information that we are getting out of the crowd sources and the platforms. So we don't have open streets access, but TomTom and a lot of the data that was being provided by them was very beneficial. But going back into some of the things that Agra, and Agra has been a success story in terms of it being always in the top 5 and often in the number 1 in terms of implementation. So two things that have stood out. I mean, there are technical things, right? But in the non-technical things, there are two things which are very important. One is change management and capacity building, because when you look at implementing all of this technology, ultimately it needs to be operated by the people, the staff of the city. The policeman suddenly needs to be very tech savvy. He needs to have his gadget. He needs to understand alarms and coming from different systems and respond in a different way, right? So that entire capacity building and change management needs to happen in a very, very different way. And the other thing is, how do you bring together, you were talking about the convergence of data, right? So how do you bring together data from some of these systems and use it for decision making? It's still at the primitive stage, I would say. It is still IUDX is one of the initiatives of the government where you are trying to say, okay, how do we build data from, bring in data from different systems? But I'll give you a very heartening example from Agra.
Just a minute. To explain to those who are listening, IUDX is the data standard the government of India created for cities so that all data can be standardized and can be used across systems, and there is no probability or difficulty to port data from one system to the other. Okay, continue.
Yeah. So actually, on that, there are some very nice collaborative ideas that people are talking about. So for example, if you're looking at air pollution, right? So given IUDX, you're able to now have a visual footprint of at least for the cities that contribute their data, you'll be able to see visually what the carbon what's the air quality index in different cities, right? But going back to the city systems, so I was talking about this really heartwarming example of this little baby boy who was kidnapped in Agra from the city center. And coming from a very ordinary, normal family, went to the local police station. The local police station was able to tap into the smart city infrastructure. They were able to, these are standard, object and identification and object tracking kind of algorithms. So they were able to use those and track the kidnapper in the outskirts of the city, bring the baby back. So these are small ways in which systems come together, data comes together, the different departments come together to help the people.
Wow, excellent. You see, there was a wonderful use case where something happened and the crime is resolved within how many days? 1 day?
1 day.
1 day. Oh, excellent. So cities are also getting safe when people collaborate, when data is shared, and safe cities become smart cities, and smart cities have smart people and smart economies, and therefore growth for the future. Back to you, Sujit. Could you give us one example of a project, you mentioned the Paris Olympics and some projects that are coming there. But also from the academia side, is there possibility for people to reach out to backend protocol projects through FIDE? And how can that happen? Are you open for that? And if so, can you give us some explanation of how that works?
Thank
The
you. Yeah.
sandbox stuff.
Yes. So I think so. Backend as a protocol, while the previous example was about mobility, is that the power of backend protocol is the generality. It can be used for pretty much any economic transaction, from mobility to energy to manufacturing to healthcare or retail commerce and things like that. And to the point that Christian mentioned, that any collaboration is also about give and not just take. It has to have this reciprocal altruism. And one of the things that we're doing is, therefore, as an open community, we are trying to find a way for people to use backend, but also contribute to the development of backend. And similar to what OpenStreetMap model is. And one of such contribution is coming from a university in the Hoof University in Germany. And we are working with them to see how we can use backend protocol to create decentralized manufacturing, like an Industry 4.0, where I can probably have some capacity, idle capacity of manufacturing available, but probably there's a manufacturer who does not have idle capacity, can ping into mine and on a time sharing basis use my manufacturing. So how do I discover idle capacity and allocate jobs? That's one of the opportunities we're working on with backend protocol, because backend is essentially an economic resource discovery. Economic resource here is case of idle capacity of a plant, or it could be a doctor's calendar, or it could be mobility, etc. That's one. And I think the larger point to both, I think from what I'm hearing from Christian and Gaz, Smart Cities, is that I think two things. This collaboration has to kind of find a way to reduce the cost of innovation or the cost of access. If people can, cost of access to data, to think of solutions, or cost of accessing to resources, if collaboration can lead to reduction in cost of access, I think it will increase the velocity on innovation, and the cost and velocity increase the velocity. And that's the key essence of the community, the collaboration as an idea. And it also brings its own form of trust, that as a community we're coming with a common purpose. So that's sort of the collaboration. And if you don't have scale and reduction of cost as one of the key ingredients of collaboration, it's probably not a very sustainable form of collaboration model in the long run. I think the OpenStreetMap is a great example. While I am contributing to the map becomes more and more reliable. And its reliability is the value that I'm getting for the contribution, and everybody is contributing to that. I think that's something that probably is something that we should emulate for any kind of collaboration that we're looking at.
Wow, excellent. That's completely inspiring. Can we reduce through collaboration cost per unit and create unit economics for startups, for anyone else in the economy, to create value and build our economy, build value-added services on top. That's really wonderful. We have the last round now, where you have to share how people can reach you, how can they disturb you. So you can either share your email ID, your Twitter handle, or your LinkedIn profile, or whatever. It's or even a common email ID that's there on your website. Just tell us how we or people who want to collaborate can reach you. You want to start, Christian?
Okay, Twitter CQ94.
CQ94. That's it. Okay, CQ94.
Yeah, it's an old account.
Okay, so it's Christian Quest 94. Okay, all right, nice. Okay, and for you?
I think email amrita@gaia.in.
Amrita@gaia.in. Excellent. And Sujit?
Yeah. I'll go with email too. So my first name is SUJITH, Sujit, @fide, FIDE.org. Yeah,
Excellent.
Sujit@fide.org. Thank you.
Sujit@fide.org. So thank you guys for joining us. We now start the next panel with Meti. And I request all of you to just come in front for a quick picture. Let's give a round of applause to all our wonderful speakers. 3 cheers to collaboration, three cheers to a future that's bright if people work together. Thank you so much. Signing off from the India Pavilion at VivaTech.
since morning that if they want to start their startup into India, how they can start it and where they can start it. So before starting the session, I will just go to the quick brief about that what exactly we are going to talk into this session. So any of the startup belongs to any of the country, they can come and see that what Indian startup ecosystem is, where we are standing right now in terms of the startup ecosystem, the services, the support and mentoring and guidance we are providing, and what are the numbers saying about all the ecosystem. So I would like to glad to welcome into the panel Dr. Nanil Srivastava from Ministry of Electronics and IT. We would also like to welcome Mr. Ojasvi Babar, CEO, Amity Incubation Center. And as a part of the international delegation, we would also like to welcome Monica Spirit, the partners from HEC Incubator. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll start with the quick brief facts about the Indian startup ecosystem. So practically we started in year 2016, but that is the term we acknowledge as a Startup India. And currently in India, we in-house has more than 10 millions of startup. These 10 millions of startup is not a limitation. We are the fastest growing country in terms of the unicorn. We have more than 110 unicorns right now in the bucket. And again, this count is increasing. In terms of the startup ecosystem, we also cover each state of the India and each part. We are in-housing more than 500 incubators. And being part of this ecosystem, this is the kind of panel we created here, that we will be having one government representative, one international partners, as well as the one incubator. So we are going to talk about that if any of the startup or any of the person who belongs to the startup ecosystem would like to come to India, would like to explore that what exactly startup ecosystem in India is and how they can start their business. I'll first would like to start from the Monica. So Monica, just help us to understand in terms of the Indo-France relationship about the startup ecosystem, that what's your opinion that where it is exactly and what else can be done?
Yes, great. Thank you so much. Well, you mentioned this impressive number at the beginning. I mean, in terms of numbers of the unicorns, it's definitely very impressive. But it is true that India is a very, very important ecosystem. It's the third, world ecosystem in terms of startup ecosystem. And obviously, a very dynamic one. I read actually recently, because obviously I wanted to prepare this talk, that there is between 2 and 3 startups born every day. So not only you're one of the biggest ecosystem, but every day new 2 to 3 startups are being launched. So it's really a fantastic dynamic. So that's the first thing where Europe specifically needs to look in India, obviously, as a benchmark and build collaborations and closer collaborations. The second thing that is very important is when I think about the founders and also about European founders. What's amazing and very strong with India is that your startups can experiment at scale. You have the double of the population of Europe, and that means something when you're launching a tech startup. A startup or a tech startup is that you can launch a product and experiment and iterate this product at scale, because we are going to have this critical scale of users, which we, to be totally honest, pain to have, because we are launching in our country that is so much smaller than India, or even on a European scale. So to me, that means that we definitely need to build even closer. We are doing it already, but even closer relationship with this ecosystem. That is, to me, one of the world's benchmark in terms of startup ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Monica. So in continuity to the same, I would like to ask from Dr. Srivastava. So being a government representative, how do you see that what kind of support the government is providing to the startups if they would like to start any business in India?
Hi. Good afternoon to all of you, and it's indeed a pleasure to be here as a part of this panel. With regard to the support being provided by Government of India to the startups, we are having, as you rightly pointed out, we are having more than 1 lakh registered startups in India working round the clock, and various ministries are dealing and supporting the startup ecosystem in India. Be it Ministry of Electronics and IT, be it Department of Science and Technology, Department of Commerce and Industry, be it Department of Biotechnology. So all the ministries are dealing. Why so? Because you see, we are having more than 1.4 billion people, and a lot of challenges we are facing day to day, which needs to be solved by the technology. And since India has proven all this, you see, since the inception of this VivaTech, I'm here for the day one. So we heard a lot about UPI. We heard a lot of COVID app. We are having more than 1 billion doses being provided to our Indian citizen as a part of COVID app. And it's being managed. Any person can take their certificates, can take their all the round information about when he was vaccinated and all that. So that's, and because of that, India managed so well during these COVID time. In regard to UPI, we are having more than 10 billion transactions per month. And with our Honorable Prime Minister, the target set is you can say, we are setting the target probably 2 billion in a day transaction. So in terms, India is supporting a lot to the startups. We are having various schemes, programs wherein startups can apply and take support.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. So, just to add on what he mentioned, that in terms of the talking about the support to the startups, incubators act as a backbone for the startup ecosystem, and we have Ojasvi from one of our incubator. So, Ojasvi, could you help us, the audience, to understand that how incubators are playing role in the Indian startup ecosystem, and what do you think the kind of support government is providing for the incubators?
Thank you, Surya, for the question. Now, incubators and accelerators all across have been, supporting startups since day zero. But I specifically pointed out in perspective of the government support that we've been getting. It's been almost, a few years since Startup India and the other initiatives started. A lot of initiatives with the Atal Innovation Mission, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. The first support that we got was in terms of the bold targets that we got from the ministry. But having said that, all the ministries and the government ensured that while they are setting up these aggressive targets, they are giving the right weapons to fight the war. And that is enabling the incubators. So while a lot of startups used to come to us for understanding how to start off with a business, how to scale it up, and then reach out to different agencies from the perspective of raising funds, the government ensured that there is a smoother onboarding for each one of these aspects through the incubators. Now, through various initiatives, they started off funding the accelerator programs, which the incubators have been doing, through various schemes like the Atal Innovation Mission, Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technologies program. Along with various accelerator programs, there were various grant schemes which were launched. Along with that, there were seed fund programs, which ensured that all these startups, whether they are at ground zero and they just need prototyping support, to the ones who need to scale up to larger global levels, funding from $5,000 to, let's say, even $5 million was available through one or the other government schemes as such to the startups who deserve that. To ensure that the entire ecosystem comes in and supports and builds that, The corporates played in a very important role therein as well, with a lot of corporates coming in with free goodies, support systems in terms of their architectural experts, their technology experts, and a lot of mentors from the industry from all across the country came in to mentor these startups. So all in all, I would say, the incubators have played a role of bringing all of them together. The government has played an exceptionally brilliant role in catalyzing, in making sure that the entire ecosystem comes together, and the incubators are there to push forward the journey of all the startups.
Great. And while looking into the startups while selecting and shortlisting the startup, what do you look into those startups kind of categories? Because I'm sure that there are a number of startups would like to know that if they would like to get the benefited from Amity Incubation Center for the government program and grants, then what kind of category they should be, or what kind of a specialty you look into those startups?
Right. Interesting question, but I think, forever, wherever we've gone, the answer has always been the same. We'll first and the foremost what we'll look at is the team, is the founder, the passion and the commitment to the cause as such. And the second being the product, the novelty of the product, how technology backed or unbacked it is, what kind of market dynamics play in terms of that particular idea. And having said that, these are the ones that typically all the incubators, all accelerators look at. But Amity is slightly a little different in all these aspects. Since we start supporting these ideas even when they are a concept on a tissue paper as such, and we have a leading team of experts, mentors on board, we make sure that we help the startups understand what they are getting into, the kind of plunge that they are taking in. And we help them evaluate the business ideas, take them through the entire journey, and then see if, since it's a long-term process, there's two flow of communication for 15 days to 1 month. It helps us better understand what kind of startup are we dealing with, what kind of commitment and passion do they have. And meanwhile, it turns out that since they're interacting with all the mentors and everyone, it helps us unfold the entire story behind the idea as well. So that's the essence of it. When we look at startups, it's team for the first and the foremost, strength of the idea, and how big the market is in terms of reach.
Quite interesting, because since morning I got a number of queries from international startup. They would like to start their business in India. So how they can start? I had a simple answer that please meet Ojasvi. We have one incubator, the single incubator who is presenting India at VivaTech Paris.
Thank you, Surya. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot to Ministry of Electronics for giving us the privilege to be the only incubator to represent India at VivaTech. But, having said that, we are available offline as well. We'd be more than happy to support any or all the startups who are actually looking to launch here in India. We'd be more India or across the globe. We are a global incubator. We have presence across multiple cities in the country, in India, and across other global cities as well. We'd be more than happy to help there.
Sounds quite interesting. So coming to the global component, so Monica, I'll come back to you. So how do you see France? Like, can we consider France also? Because I'm talking from the both perspective as a innovation bridge between India and France. So can we consider France as a gateway to Europe as well as?
Well, I mean, it's definitely a very great landing pad, I would say, for different reasons. And obviously, we are absolutely not the only ones, because Europe is being extremely dynamic, and a lot of countries in Europe are doing a fantastic job in becoming the gateway to Europe. But I would say what France tried to do, and I think where we are succeeding, is that for the last 10 years, we have been putting a lot of efforts into creating this ambition of Startup Nation. For example, we have created in 2012 the La French Tech, which is a governmental initiative that helps the startups from an administrative perspective, if they want to settle in France and then have their home quarters in France, but also from a financing perspective, grant perspective. So that's really important that the government itself has put a lot of effort to, not only for the French startups, but to welcome foreign startups, which, for example, they have created a French tech visa for foreign startups to welcome them more in France. So that's one thing. Then, of course, and we had the opportunity to visit this place this morning, we have Station F. And Station F is a huge flagship and the biggest campus, startup campus in the world. It still is, with more than 1,000 startups. And that means that this place, this ecosystem, is definitely a perfect landing pad for startups, foreign startups, not only to accelerate their business, but also to connect with peers, to connect with corporates, to connect with VCs, to connect with a whole and holistic ecosystem. And last but not least, I mean, I'm talking with my HEC Paris hat. This is definitely our ambition to make, all our impact even more international. This is what we've been doing at Incubator HEC Paris, where we accelerate a lot of international startups from US, Korea, Africa, India, as well. And it's definitely our ambition to make the work that we are collaborating doing, international, because we basically, what we're all looking for is to create a bigger impact with, the best founders and the most ambitious founders in the world. So I hope that, yes, France is definitely a perfect landing pad to Europe, but definitely a gateway to the other markets that are fantastic as well, of course.
Great. So just another component, since we have the Indian delegation as a startup, so our startup would also like to know that based on your experience, because you work for this cross-border relation and especially into the startup ecosystem. So how do you see that what India can learn from France startup ecosystem and what France can learn from the Indian startup ecosystem? I know it's a little bit of tricky question, it sounds to you. But since you are the person who work for the both of the ecosystem.
Right. I think to respond to this question, I'm going to use my recent experience, because HEC Paris, at the incubator HEC Paris, we are partnering with Shell E4, that is the accelerator, Indian accelerator for energy future transition. So we were very lucky to actually accelerate 3 startups from their portfolio. Fantastic startups, even more scale-ups than startups, to be totally honest. So what definitely I think the founders, what they told me they learned was definitely the idea of the necessity to go back to the field to validate the market. Even though they have already validated the market in India, when you go to expand to another market, you cannot exempt yourself from getting to really understand the need and your client, because the needs might differ. Even with the same client, the need might differ based on regulations, based on dissatisfaction of existing solutions. And that's one of the things that at IHEC we believe is that a market is definitely, a business market is definitely validated by the level of dissatisfaction of your client, of the solutions they're using already. So that was one of the feedback of the founders that I have had the chance to accelerate, when they said, you really gave us this perspective of being customer-centric, not only product and solution-centric. Now, what we learned from them, what I definitely learned from them, to be totally honest, when we had a visit from the startups here in France, I was able to connect them with corporates, with VCs, with academic and research fellows from our ecosystem. They were all extremely impressed with the level of sophistication of the solution, of the founders, of the team. And what's definitely true is that they found that the founders were definitely extremely engaged and extremely a very high caliber of solutions. So to be totally honest, what happened is that my corporate partners, the VCs I could introduce, they all thanked me to bringing, obviously, to scouting, to scouting this fantastic solution. And I think this is what it is about. The bridge is really about giving visibility and fast visibility of the founders and their clients, their investors. You want to create this bridge, this facilitation of making them visible and matching them with the right person. So yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic, and I'm hoping, obviously, that I can accelerate even more, startups, Indian startups.
Right. You mentioned a lot to learn. So I hope our startup is listening that while working for your startup, a product centric is a customer centric. To be customer centric is as equally important as product development. We are also in discussion with the National Institute of Design to create certain workshop for our startups about the product design and development. So while talking about these kind of engagement, you must think about the kind of initiative and schemes what the government of India is offering. So I will again come back to the Dr. Srivastav. So sir, if you can share few of the thoughts, that kind of scheme which government is providing to the startups.
Yeah. As you rightly pointed out initially, we are having, in our ministry, we are having a lot of incubation-centric programs called Technology Development and Entrepreneurs Development, TIDE program. That's a very wonderful program. So basically, it has been designed in such a way, like you are also having a lot of industry agglomerates, and also academic strength is very well. In most of the countries, these two distinct verticals are there, but they are not properly cooperating, or the collaboration of these two entities is a must requirement. So if any incubator which is being established in Institute of Higher Learning open for startups and industry agglomerates within this premises itself, so it can be a very wonderful thing. So with this premises, we have initiated TIDE program, and we are having 51 such incubation centers, TIDE centers, being supported pan-India. Apart from that, in that TIDE program, basically, if you are seeing about the France, the Station F is there, and matured incubators are there. But in India, the maturity of incubation centers as well as the incubation managers is also a must kind of thing. So we have graded these TIDE centers as a matured one, semi-matured, and novice. So we have given the additional task of the matured ones to support the novice incubators, so that they can also be on the same part at later point of time. And with these assumptions, a capacity building component was suitably incorporated in these schemes and programs. So I would like to, you can say, there are various engagement sessions and programs these incubators are trying up to have the collaboration and mutual understanding among them. So that's the beauty of our one such program. In this program, we are having the support from ideation to POC, proof of concept, to product, to market stage, and few 100,000 amount will be given to the startups in their overall journey. So that's one. The other very important initiative, Ministry of Electronics and IT was taken to establish a mighty startup hub. So this is very wonderful step. You see, the incubators are working there in silos. We are having a lot of incubators and they are working in silos. So the capacity building, the networking, the cross-linking, we need an agency wherein all the startups and their, you can say, network can be created. So for this purpose, especially for technology startups, we have initiated Mighty Startup Hub. You see, like in France, we are having very diverse geography. So if suppose any startup from some remote area, if require anything specific, and if the startup or their incubation manager are in search of that thing within that particular remote location, it will be somewhat difficult for them. But if that issue would come in the center, and the center is knowing where the facilities are, where the resources are, and where that startup or that particular team need to be connected to. So for this purpose, we have created Mighty Startup Hub, and since inception, we have twice a great, you can say, enhance their position. Right now, they are as an independent business division working for startups. So that's the second. And let me quickly come on to the third accelerator initiative of Mighty called Samrit, wherein we are going to provide 1:1 support of up to, you can say, 40 lakh of government support and 40 lakh 1:1 support that startup need to bring from market. So that's a very wonderful accelerator scheme which is being supported through these incubators. Not, you can say, in the end, recently we have approved, government has approved Genesis scheme of Mighty. The Genesis was, you can say, conceptualized to support the tier 2, tier 3 cities and upcoming towns, startups of that particular geography within India. So with these concepts, to make the holistic development of startup ecosystem in tier 2, tier 3 and upcoming towns, the scheme was approved very recently, within 1-2 days earlier, and we are having their confirmation on email. So with this, we are building a lot of, you can say, ecosystem to support startups, and we'll also invite the, you can say, French entity to visit India, to visit some of these entities and try to collaborate with some of them based on their mutual consensus.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srivastava. Just to add on what he mentioned about the Genesis scheme. So it's one of its kinds of scheme inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister when we announced about this Genesis scheme, and reaching out to each and every component, each and every part of the India, focusing into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well as. So again, he urged the other startups and the startup ecosystem people player to come and explore the Indian startup ecosystem. So how it works, again, I would like to reiterate the structure of the Indian startup ecosystem. We have the central government as ministry, where we have Startup India, where we have Mighty Startup Hub under his ministry, as he mentioned rightly. The two bodies are working for the startup ecosystem. Apart of this also, in each of the state, they have a different division taking care for the respective state startup program and supports. So overall, the startup ecosystem, as I mentioned, that covers more than 10 millions of registered startup. We know there are a number of startups still who are not registered under the Startup India program, but this is like the numbers which we are saying right now. So coming back to talking about the topic which we are discussing right now, again, I'll come back to Ojasvi again. So, and not only limited to the Ojasvi, this will be open for all of you. So we have international delegation as here as a VivaTech Paris participation. How do you see, and what would you like to suggest if they would like to start their business in India and they are an established entity in foreign country? So how they want to approach and what kind of thoughts you would like to convey to them, that what they can do to come to India and to avail the kind of supports government is providing, the kind of the ecosystem India has. Ojasvi, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so thank you, Surya. With regards to the delegation that has come in, all these startups are brilliant startups with global scale, global applications as such, and drones we see all around are one of the latest technological advancements. They are catering to multiple solutions as such, and a few of the best drone solutions are coming in from India at this point of time. So from a perspective of exploring opportunities in Europe, I think Monica is best placed to introduce the startups out there to their counterparts as such. But having said that, I think at this point of time the delegation that has come in is well prepped up. to exploit all the opportunities that come from an international perspective. They have solutions which are scaled up from a global perspective and not just from a regional perspective. They're broadly looking at advantages, taking advantages of newest of the technologies, including AI, including cybersecurity and the others, which are a global problem to deal with at this point of time. So having said that, I think I'd probably pass on the entire thing to Monica. But this is a brilliant set of startups, I think, which would probably at any point of time be able to capture a significant market even in Europe, given the right introductions. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And I think, to your point at the beginning, I think the collaboration needs to be really two ways because if Europe might be seen, obviously, as a huge opportunity for Indian startups, I definitely believe that European startups need to consider India as a natural expansion as well. And, let's face it, they very often look very quickly or want to look very quickly to US or to, a little bit more to Asia. But what we need to do is really in a very pragmatic way to to facilitate this bridge so European startups consider India quicker on their path of scaling because obviously it's such an important ecosystem, it's such an important market. And I do believe that in reality they might be, we need to help them to be equipped to not be scared about expanding in other markets. And so they are a little bit less, I would say, US oriented, although US is a very important market as well. So to me, I see it as a huge opportunity here to really, really, collaborate both ways. I definitely take your invitation because I do believe what you said about creating this entity that helps the incubator ecosystem itself. That's something that we can definitely learn from you because I do agree with you. We have a lot of fantastic initiatives here, a lot of accelerators, incubators, but we potentially maybe are lacking a little bit of this, hub that helps also, that we don't operate in silo, but we operate as one and we learn from each other. So,
And just to add on, I was taking a tour of the HSC France and Station F incubators, startups which are there. And, a lot of solutions that were there. And when we mentioned we're from India, they were quite excited to explore India as a market as such. Now, having said that, of course, we have introduced them that, we'd be more than happy to introduce them to India as a geography. But, the excitement that we could see amongst those startups is definitely something, which we can possibly jointly explore to see if there could be an open door which would work, which would open both ways.
Yeah, so to add on this, the Mighty Startup Hub, what we have initiated, with this entity, we are having a lot of, you can say, other countries' collaboration, memorandum of understanding, MOUs. We are having some MOUs with Japan, JETRO, with Korea, we are starting, with Israel, we are seeing up, with France, with, you can say, UK. So a lot of things, Germany. So the collaboration part is very much required because you see we are having 1.4 billion and there's a huge market demand. So the technology solution is required and government is trying to do very hard to increase, to escalate the startup ecosystem in entire geographies of India. So we need the startup ecosystem. The soft landing kind of thing may be initiated with most of the countries, most of the established players. For this, maybe Startup India or Mighty Startup Hub can be contacted. In biotechnology, we are having one good entity called BIREC. So in biotechnology field, BIREC is also trying up to establish, you can say, outside overseas contacts. So these soft landing as well as startup exchange programs are very much welcome, and this needs to be initiated with the, you can say, established players across the globe. And anyway, we all are doing, we are having a lot of, you can say, foreign collaborations. To this end, I'll invite again Nation F, France F to India and to collaborate with some of the established players in India.
So much, Dr. Srivastav. So, Monica, you work with the Shell Accelerator program in India. How was the working experience with Indian startup ecosystem?
Look, it's been fantastic. What is true that you do need to readjust in both ways. You know, I think when you start to have this ambition of international acceleration, you do need to be very agile, also as a program lead and as a program manager, because you don't just put the methodology or the contacts in their hands. You also need to very quickly understand the ecosystem they are operating within, the barriers they are having, or the opportunities that they have identified. So I feel like it was it's a fantastic. I do particularly appreciate to work with international startups because it forces us as accelerators to become even more agile and even more robust ourselves, because you need to, of course, provide the value that you were here for at the beginning, but also to readjust your thinking to their reality. And I found it fantastic. And to be totally honest, I was very lucky because I was working with 3 fantastic founders. Specifically, one of the startup that is called Apikemai, fantastic deep tech startups working on decarbonization and sustainability through pyrolysis and oil purification. Very R&D oriented, very product oriented, and I feel like the founding team was extremely keen to adapt the more business and customer centricity methodology, and they were full on the program because they said this is what we were lacking. We're so product oriented that you actually help us with this work that we are doing on their go-to-market to Europe. They said to us, you forced us to become customer-centric, and they said with the methodology you've given us, we actually rolled it out within the company. And it's fantastic because they're starting to work in Europe anyway, not just in France, in Denmark as well. So they started to have a very nice footprint. So, to me, it's the more diverse, the better, because I do believe that the value is going to come from this diversity as well of founders, of solutions, of markets. As you mentioned very importantly, we are all here to create this impact and to solve, the problems to have a better future. So, yeah, I mean,
That's a quite interesting fact. Also, that's not a limitation while talking about the Indian startup ecosystem. We have a different kind of startup, and in terms of the technology, we are far ahead also. We have a 5G technology that is at above 3,000 meter of sea level. People might not imagine that how it's possible, but that's true. And that 5G technology is being used without electricity. So that's where we are right now in terms of the technology what we have. We have startup working in the technology component where they use a single card, but that card can be synced with any of the payment mode, whether it's a net banking, whether it's a credit or debit card. You can select before doing any kind of transaction. So these are the few of the examples where Indian technology and Indian startups are working with. And that's why we are showcasing the few of the successful startup of the Indian ecosystem. I'll come back again to the Ojasvi to you. So we know that incubators are working day and night for the startup ecosystem. Government is also supporting, the private entities are also there, government funds are also there. It's a huge amount also. So how and at what stage do you think that Indian incubators are ready to welcome international startup right now?
Well, Surya, we're already welcoming international startups. It's been quite some time. In fact, just a few years ago, we had signed up an MOU with the Seoul Metropolitan Government, wherein quite a lot of Korean, startups were invited to be a part of the delegation as such, and were virtually a part of our virtual program as well, and the demo days. The same has been happening with, our incubators, which are there in Dubai and US as well. So, all the incubators at this point of time, I can confidently say about Amity, but I can say it very confidently about all the other incubators as well, thanks to a lot of government departments like MeitY and the others who have equipped each one of these incubators to be the best of the best all across. And we've been incubating and accelerating global startups with founders from overseas entities as such, building products in India for the world as such. And you've seen quite a lot of these examples already. A lot of our products, specifically in the deep tech domain, are currently being built in India, but for the global. So I just want to say that we are far ahead of what people think we are at. Our incubators and accelerators have been accelerating and incubating global startups, global founders. We've been, accepting applications from all across the world as well. And specifically with regards to our private equity and venture capital industry, it's not just limited to India, and there have been tangible and significant overseas investments by India private equity, venture capital players and HNIs and in their individual and global capacity. So it's no longer a game of the Indian turf, we've gone global.
Sounds quite interesting, and I'm also open for any question if you have. I would love to, but I don't need to the same what Ojasvi mentioned. So to welcoming the international startup into Indian startup ecosystem, incubators are playing a quite important role. I'll throw the question open to the panels again, that what do you think that if we have to initiate any kind of initiative, there are a number of initiatives we have already initiated, but again, if you are thinking about a government perspective, one incubator, one accelerator perspective as an international accelerator, as an Indian incubation center, then what do you think that what else and what kind of approach the global startup can follow to reach out the Indian startup ecosystem, to be into the Indian startup ecosystem?
Yeah, as far as government is concerned, right now, whatever the best things we are having, like UPI, like CoWIN, like other more, you can say, established technology solution, that solution need to be percolated or transferred or adopted by the global community. So that's the one of the perspective wherein we are having, or we are continuously contacting to foreign entities for adopting our UPI. And as rightly pointed out during the lunch session of Ambassador Sir, that UPI is being adopted by Lyra, a French giant, and with this we are having some UPI, you can say, adaptation kind of thing. MOU has been signed with Singapore. Brazil is also doing with their own. So whatever is our best practices that need to go and percolate it globally. So that's the perspective of the government, and we are trying to create such global ecosystem, because if we can do it for one, you see, for 1 billion handler, if we see for 1 billion handler within India, we can do it for 7 billion people across the globe. So that can be possible, and government is trying, and at the end, government is also trying to establish the startup ecosystem very hard in India. So that's the thing, and more international perspective, I'll transfer to. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I do second you on one thing, and I mentioned it at the very beginning. I do believe that creating this bridge, also because you can really allow startups to, as I said, experiment at scale. It's really critical. a startup by definition wants to scale and fast, ideally. To scale, you need to reach a maximum of people. So obviously you can do it through different geographies, but I do believe that specifically in Europe, we are a little bit more oriented. As I said, this usual path is more US oriented, and we do need to strengthen and give the opportunity, give the ability to our startups to quicker look at India and Asia, because I was very lucky because I lived in Asia for a little bit so I was a little bit more exposed to this part of the world, and I found that was one of such a key competitive advantage is actually the number of people, the potential of number of people to be using a solution. And so to that point, as you said, our role, I think, and I take it really for myself as well, for this panel and for the encounter that we made today and yesterday, is that we really need to open as very quickly their perspective on not being afraid to go to India and to be ready to expand in India as well. So yeah, fantastic.
Just to add on to one of the things that you just said, it's not just the number of people, it's actually the diversity. India, from the point of scale, it's not just the number of people, it is the kind of different kinds of audience that you can find at the same place with different demographics. You can, vernacularity of the entire solutions, the strata of each one of the solutions. You can test a price sensitive, a quality sensitive, and a dynamic sensitive solution all in one go. So from that particular perspective, I think any solution that is optimized here in India would work all across the globe as such. And from that perspective, I think at this point of time, the startup ecosystem from an India perspective is that mature, wherein each one of the stakeholders, be it the government, be it the incubators, be it the customer, corporates, or any of the other ones, are at that particular threshold that whether it's global or it's in India, the quality per se remains the same because it's optimized for the solutions, and the products are optimized for all across the globe.
Quite interesting fact. Just to add on again into the same. So in terms of the startup ecosystem, in last 3 years only, into the Indian startup, the funding overall goes more than 120 billion US dollar. So that's a huge amount. And just imagine about the technology part where we are for the population who is like more than 1 billion, and we are having the biometric system. We are having the Aadhaar card for almost 99% of the population, like not 99 covering the 100% of the population, 1.3 billion population. Forget about the scan and pay system which we are using right now in France. Nothing personal about the France, but yes. So scan and pay is outdated in India right now. We don't scan and pay. For the scan and pay system, we have scanning system in almost at each 100 meter. The 100 meter is more than enough. We use our fingerprint to pay the amount now. So this is the technology where we are right now. We just put our fingerprints and the payment get done. So this is where we are standing right now in terms of the Indian startup ecosystem and what we are doing. Just to add on about, again, the technology component, as rightly Dr. Srivastava mentioned about the UPI, now it goes global, and currently there are 7 countries who already adopted this. With regards to the UPI going global, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, is going to announce that in July 2023, France will be the next country who is going to adopt the UPI system. So that's all from our side. Anything else from the respective panel would like to add anything?
No, with all this,
yes.
with all the government support, with all the, you can say, international collaborators, with all the support from established incubators, we definitely see a lot of young entrepreneurs coming out of India, and the target can be set. You see, the target of 125 unicorn was set for 2025. However, in 2023, we are having more than 109, 110. So with this, the future is very bright, and we all hand in hand working with the incubator, working with the international collaborators and the government. We are trying to set a holistic startup ecosystem in India.
And we have jumped in terms of the ease of doing business. We have jumped 42 stages above, and right now India is one among the top 25 countries to be into the ease of doing business right now. So we would like to welcome any of the international startup or the any corporate, any investor who would like to explore the Indian startup ecosystem, who would like to enter into the startup ecosystem. We would definitely love to welcome all of those people. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Monica. Thanks, Dr.
Thank you.
Srivastava. Thanks, Ojasvi.
Thanks.
Thank you, Surya.
Is part of the G20 initiative of Government of India as the host for G20 this year. India has a special focus on startup, and therefore we have a special session today, Startup 20. And this will be managed by Rishika from the Startup India team. And the topic is unleashing India's next wave of tech disruptors. We had a wonderful panel just a few minutes ago where we heard about startups and the wonderful ecosystem that they're building. And now we will hear from Rishika how the T20 opportunity of India will also be used from a startup perspective with Startup 20. And this will be a virtual session, and we will explore the opportunities with the G20 engagement group and how Startup 20 and the various task forces under it with the role for tech startups and how they will help scale and speed up solutions which can create a better, faster, and more inclusive economy. So without much ado, over to Rishika. Rishika, you are in Delhi now or in Mumbai, or where are you?
Hello, hi, I am in Delhi. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're clear and audible. So the mic is yours and you will manage this virtual session. Over to you, and looking forward to hear all the amazing stuff Startup 20 has for us. Over to you, Rishika. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. So let's cut to the chase. We all know that India assumed the G20 presidency from 1st of December last year, and it's going to go on till 30th of November 2023, after which we pass it on. And as a part of India's presidency of G20, Startup 20, it's a new engagement group. It's a brainchild of India. It was created. The aim of this group, in very short words, is to drive a dialogue on issues pertinent to startups across the globe. Startups were not alien to G20. It's not like we were speaking on it on the first time. But before I go into that, let me just give you 2 lines about what G20 means. So G20, which is the group of 20, which includes 85% of the global GDP and 2/3 of the world's population. So it's a large chunk that we're talking about. And it has been long recognized as a crucial platform for global economic cooperation. It brings together the world's major economies to discuss and address pressing challenges. And in the recent years, the significance of startups in driving innovation, economic growth, and job creation has become quite evident. And taking that into G20 was something that India thought of. Let's talk about India's ecosystem a little bit. It's the 3rd largest ecosystem, startup ecosystem, with more than 99,000 startups recognized by Startup India under Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, or DPIIT, under the Government of India, with at least 1 recognized startups in each of the with 47% of these startups have at least 1 women director, tremendous year-on-year growth, and employment of over 1 million individuals. Startup India has been instrumental in driving the growth of innovation in India. So obviously, the next step was for us to go global. So how did this all start? How did the hope of a concept paper turn into the promise of a policy communique? Drawing inspiration from some of the very successful past initiatives that were a part of this particular forum, Startup 20 was formed. Let me give you a little bit background on what are the previous past initiatives that have happened, which included innovation, which included tech, and which included startups. First one was the G20 Innovation League at the Italian Presidency 2021. They called it the Italian Innovation League. It was introduced during the Italian presidency. It exemplified the benefits of promoting startups within the G20 framework. This particular initiative facilitated cross-border collaboration, knowledge exchange, and access to capital for startups. They also showcased Italy's vibrant startup ecosystem, and this particular league encouraged investment and partnership opportunities, which also boosted the country's innovation landscape. There was also a SME and Entrepreneurship Task Force in B20 under the Turkish presidency in 2015. The SMEs and Entrepreneurship Task Force was established to recognize the crucial role of small and medium-sized enterprises in driving economic growth. Moreover, there was the World SME Forum, which was also officially launched as a global initiative under this. Lastly, there was something called the G20 Digital Innovation Network, which was just last year. It was under the Indonesian presidency of 2022. This showcased the power of collaboration and technology in propelling economic progress. By establishing an inclusive network of startups, investors, and government entities, this initiative really did foster a very an environment which is conducive to digital innovations. But all these initiatives, all these events were all standalone activities, or they were under a larger engagement group, under B20 or under something else. Now, we cannot compare a startup and their issues with something and as incumbent as a B20 or a large business house, right? So that's why a platform for just startups were conceived as an idea, given how indispensable they have become to driving innovation and growth across multiple cycles of global economic progress. COVID really showed us the power of technology and innovation. When startups from across the globe, they undertook the mantle of not only responding to contain the rapidly unraveling situation, but also leading the way back to economic vitality. By taking on major challenges like rapid vaccination development, as well as niche opportunities such as offering a range of digital health services, medicine delivery via drone. Who would have thought of that? No contact food delivery, and online learning, entertainment. When you were in a box in your room way back in 2020, this was your solace. The startups were giving you everything that you deserved. In doing this, they also created many jobs at the time when there was a dire need to balance both life and livelihood. Considering all these factors, the need of the hour was to drive inclusive policymaking such that the demands of startups globally are adequately met by the robust ecosystems across the G20 nations. It is only then that startups will play a critical role in addressing the next generation challenges that the post-pandemic world faces, such as achieving the net zero goal while ensuring robust economic growth, as well as equitable access to education, healthcare, as well as food security, defense, and everything. Now, we talked about this. Now that the group has been established by India, the next step was to define the objectives as well as the vision. They are very simple, very to the point, very crisp, and threefold. This group aims to be a global point of contact for the startup ecosystems across the G20 countries. So, for example, if you are a startup right there in France and you want to expand to India, this is the platform for you. This is the forum for you. This is where you get your global point of contact. Next is to create a global narrative for supporting startups. We know that they all need to overcome the valley of winter. They all need to survive. And for all of that, someone needs to be the voice for them. And this is the platform for them. Lastly, but not least, enabling synergies between startups, corporates, investors, innovation agencies, and other key ecosystem stakeholders. You know, when we talk about the last enabling synergies, you realize how important it is. For example, a train to run, you need the track, you need the rails, you need everything all operating smoothly. Just like that, these are the different various arms and legs of the ecosystem, if I may say so. So all the enabling synergy becomes very important. Now that we've defined the objective and vision, the next thing was to give direction to this engagement group. Now, remember, this is new. This is India's brainchild. It's India's baby. And we are trying to define things for the first time. And give direction. We had to go through intense stakeholder consultations and deliberations and discussions to come up with task forces which would be of global significance. Now, there are 3 task forces under the Startup 20 engagement group. Let me tell you a little bit about the idea behind the concept and aim for each of them. The first one is called Foundation and Alliances. You know, back when we were trying to do the research for the issue note, we realized that startup as a word does not really hold the same meaning in all the countries. Some were calling it MSMEs, medium, small, and micro enterprises. Some were calling it SMEs. And there were tons of other varied names for it with zero collaboration between them. So we came up with the Foundation and Alliances Task Force. The idea is simple. It aimed towards harmonization of startup-related definitions and terminologies, setting up institutional mechanisms for the startup ecosystems across G20 countries. Secondly, we go to the second task force. How can we even talk about startups without talking about funding? Despite all the advances that the world is making, supporting startups through the proverbial valley of death remains a challenge worldwide. This engagement group wants to offer ways for startups to be resilient against the fluctuations that affect the economy in the world. Thus, it aims to do the following. Number 1, enable the flow of capital into startups. As I said, build a narrative. So build a narrative, give targets, hope people achieve those targets. Something like a 1 to 2% of G20 GDP should be invested in startups. Secondly, promote investment of patient capital. Now, there are certain sectors where the gestation period is wrong. It's quite long, and you need to give them enough funds, enough time, enough resources to develop that ultimate product. As they say, Rome was not built in a day, neither was this particular platform that I'm working at. It takes hours of research and development, of trials and error to come up to this. So these particular sectors, research and development or defense, they really need investment of patient capital, and that's what we are trying to promote. Lastly, we want to also harmonize the investment mechanism across the G20 member countries to see what is it, what are the different rules and regulations, how is it that we can define what a Series A, Series B is. Lastly is quite an important one. It's called inclusion and sustainability. Now, I'm going to take some time to go through inclusion and sustainability because it needs a special focus. It needs our attention. It needs our time. It needs inclusion in order to ensure that the full potential of startups is it's harnessed. The opportunity for this particular group lies in inclusion, and it lies along 2 dimensions. First is increasing equal opportunity for startup founders, irrespective of their backgrounds. For example, women entrepreneurs are playing an increasingly significant role in the global economy. You know, there was a report that I had read by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. The number of female entrepreneurs around the world has increased by more than 50% over the past 2 decades. 50% is not a small number, it's a lot. Even also, investment in women-founded startups remains systematically lower, with only 2 to 3% of VC funding going into women-led startups. There was a need to rectify this, and that's what this engagement group will try to do. Secondly, the second dimension that I'm going to talk about is supporting startups that help communities become significantly more inclusive. For example, it's a catalytic effect, right? For example, startups that work in assistive technologies or those built on grassroots innovation exhibit the deepest understanding of individuals and communities that are marginalized and that are left out. And we need to support them. We need to promote them. Going on to the sustainability part of it, we all know that sustainability cannot be achieved without global participation, no matter how trending the word green is. Here too, there are two dimensions. The first dimension is enlisting startups that could help the world accelerate in achieving these sustainable development goals. You know, globally, startups have innovated both technologies and business models to take on SDG related challenges innovatively. And we need to sort of consider this and promote this. The second one is to create avenues for these startups to ensure that the sustainable practices are being adopted by people across the country. And that is where this engagement group can come in, given the immense amount of power and potential it has. Thus, we aim to do just two very simple things. Number one, build awareness about such outliers and work remotely and together to remedy such distortions that exist. Secondly, a framework for engaging startups working on common SDGs from G20 member countries. For example, there is an innovation in India which uses bamboo plates. Now, bamboos are sustainable, right? So instead of using a plastic plate, you can use a bamboo plate. And this sort of innovation needs to go out of the country and reach the global platform. And that is what this engagement group is trying to do. Now, be a startup group without innovating a little ourselves, right? So that's how this integral important part of Startup 20 was formed. It's called Startup 20X. It's a TEDx-like format which exemplifies stories of entrepreneurs, of people who want to be entrepreneurs, of people who've tried to be entrepreneurs and have failed, and who are in any way, shape, or form involved in the global startup ecosystem. We have had more than 7 very, very successful Startup 20X talks, which we hope impacted someone who was, thinking about taking the leap and creating something of their own, and now they will. And that's the kind of impact we want to have on the larger audience. These are decentralized events which anyone in the world can host or be a part of. All you need to do is register on the website and wait for the team to get back to you with the media kit, and you can just host a Startup 20X talk. Going into a little bit about what we've done so far till date, India's G20 presidency, under G20 presidency, Startup 20 Engagement Group has held 3 physical events and more than 50 virtual meetings and consultations within the ecosystem. Now, keep in mind, this is the first time we are doing it. So reaching out to the correct stakeholders was very important. And there's nothing better than the VivaTech platform we have right now to sort of reach out to the people and the entrepreneurs and the budding entrepreneurs who are there in the crowd. We've had representations from more than 25 countries and almost 300 delegates that have come. There's also been Startup Showcase, where we've exhibited startups based on the different task force themes across the events to showcase the innovation of India. Lastly, through these events and consultations, we have done a lot of deliberations, a lot of thinking, a lot of synthesis to arrive with the draft policy communique, which is our ultimate deliverable. Several virtual public consultations were also held. For example, the communique was uploaded on our website, and feedback was invited from all over the global startup ecosystem. These virtual consultations were also arranged with the team members so that we could take you through what the discussions and talks were. We also tried to engage the whole ecosystem as we wanted to hear every voice and understand every perspective. So thank you for staying with me for so long. I will just take 2 more minutes of your time to cordially invite all of you to the final event, which is the Startup 20 Shikhar, the word for summit, in Gurgaon, Haryana on 3rd and 4th of July. We plan to hold a massive celebration of the global startup ecosystem, along with a touch of Indian hospitality and culture. In this summit, we will talk about the final policy communique. There is a startup conclave, which is being presented to engage the global startups. So all the startups out there in the crowd, I really, really invite you to come be a part of this massive celebration. And there will be interesting panel discussions. And finally, we will pass on this legacy to Brazil, who's the next in line for G20 presidency. Please visit our website, Startup20, for further updates. And I hope to see all of you very, very soon. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rishika, for that wonderful overview of what all Startup 20 is doing. I mean, you mentioned how many consultations in the last 8-9 months? Just can you repeat that number?
We've had more than 50.
More than 50 consultations. And
Yeah,
you also had
yeah.
some online and some in-person events, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
Correct. We've received comments from over 700 individuals from across the globe on the policy community.
Excellent. And then you are putting all this together in kind of a policy paper and bringing a document. Is it already out or is it expected to be out in some time?
So the draft communique, which contains the policy directives and recommendations that have summarized all the discussions that we've had so far, is on our website,
Okay.
the Startup 20 website. So if you put it on, like if you search for it, you'll get it, and the draft communique is on it. And the final event sort of showcases the final communique.
Perfect, excellent. Because I saw some news articles about that, because I saw Chintan was posting something and asking further feedback on that draft recommendation, and some very good recommendations, including asking startups or to have a policy for startups to list in multiple geographies at the same time with similar set of rules, at least for the G20 economy. Because if we are looking at the global geopolitical situation and a difficult era for growth in the next decade, it's important that startups can be the engine for growth, and therefore at least the G20 countries can normalize and standardize startup listing procedures, fundraising procedures. Therefore, it can be easy to get capital, and then startups will employ people and drive economic growth. So I think it's an excellent paper. I would suggest all those who haven't had a chance to look at that paper, please find it at the Startup India website, right? So it's www.startupindia.com, is it?
No, it's actually the Startup 20 website. It's startup2023india.com.
Okay, so startup2023.com.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So startup2023.com is the website where you find the policy recommendation. Even if you like some of the ideas there, just supporting them and encouraging them will also be nice, because we need the power of, let's say, the crowd, the wisdom of the crowd, to push through policies that can enable joint commercial action. And this is great work that each of you are doing at the team. It is part of nation building, and also for the entire G20, it's a hopeful future. And I'm sure we will have a lot of interesting things happen. And last question, what are the final steps as we near the big G20 summit from a Startup 20 point of view? You have, I think, 1 or 2 more events where you bring together opinion leaders, ecosystem partners. Can you just mention that?
Yeah, sure. So we have the final, we just have one that's on 3rd and 4th of July. So
Okay.
less than 20 days to go for it.
Okay.
It's on 3rd and 4th of July in Gurgaon, Haryana.
Okay.
And I'm inviting anyone and everyone who wants to participate. We would really love to hear your opinion. We would really love to have you participate. We also have a startup conclave planned,
Okay.
where we want to have more than 100 startups showcasing their innovation, and not just showcasing innovation, but also have a platform for them to network, to connect with investors, and to connect with funding agencies.
Excellent.
So we have all of that
this
planned.
is excellent.
Along
so therefore,
with a little touch of Indian hospitality, if I may add.
okay, super. So yeah, there you see, there's a wonderful invitation. Startup India is your friend and is your ecosystem support partner. So yes, there's the last round of meeting in July, which is in India. And thereafter, there is a big summit planned for startups with at least 700, 800 startups coming. An opportunity to network, connect, raise funds, and so on. So thank you so much for the great work. These are the silent workers of India that help the startups who take the risk to solve problems. And the work that you do will help them solve problems faster. Thank you very much. And with a big round of applause, we thank you from here at the India Pavilion at VivaTech 2023. Thank you so much, Rishika,
Thank
and
you.
all the best for the great job you're doing. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Bye.
In a few minutes at 5 p.m., we will start the startup pitching session for today, which is day 3 of VivaTech. So we have some really interesting startups that will come here and share their story. It'll be a quick session. The startups are already ready and gearing up. Some wonderful action from the EV space, some wonderful action from the space of water and water tech, and how there are some patented solution in water tech. We will hear about that. So in a few minutes, we will be starting. So guys, if you have your friends who are around, tell them to come here. In 15 to 20 minutes, you will learn about some amazing startups and some amazing solutions, and hope to see you in a few minutes. Thank you so much. Panel coming up now of some wonderful startups who are doing great work. Can I call upon representatives from Earth Research Private Limited, an air technology and purification company? Yes, please. You can also invite your colleague. Come, there is 2 chairs. Yeah, yeah. Next, from Indigenous Energy Storage Technologies Private Limited, Indie Energy. Yes, please. Could I call upon Lakeshore Systems Private Limited? From liquid and cleaning and cyclical economy and making sure wastewater does not go to waste. From SunCharge, yes, thank you so much. We will need one more chair. Let me help bring them. Sit. As we start, I would like to ask our first startup to explain what they do with Earth Research Private Limited. So start with a short introduction about yourself and what Earth does and what's its unique proposition. And then we will follow the same for each. So a short introduction about yourself and then your company and what problem it seeks to solve. Over to you. Yeah.
Yeah. So at Earth, we are changing thousands of lives every day by changing the way you breathe. Air pollution is a global problem, and it's related to mental illness also. It creates lung problems, heart problems. We are building products for homes and commercial buildings. At homes, we are focusing on 2 products. One is air purifier for ACs, and other one is a standalone air purifier. The air purifier for ACs is our main product, which we are focusing on right now. So it upgrades your AC into an air purifying AC. It comes at 1/10 the cost of an air purifier. In India, air purifiers are expensive, right? And it costs about 40,000-50,000 rupees. We have developed this product for 2,000 rupees, and it upgrades. It's actually, we are using the same grade, the HEPA filter that is being used in the air purifiers. And what it does is it protects you from PM 2.5, dangerous viruses, dust, pollen, and allergies, so that you have clean air in your homes. And at commercial real estate buildings and large buildings, we are focusing on a coated electronic air cleaner. It's an electronic filter which helps you reduce and increase energy efficiency and reduce operation expenditure.
Excellent. So we have an electronic air filtration mechanism that can help deliver clean air, commercial space and residential space.
Yes. So how it is, it's installed in the HVACs. HVACs, they use traditional media filters.
Correct.
We have developed this electronic filter which will replace the traditional media filters, and it's in a longer run, it's helping you reduce a lot of operational costs.
Excellent. So you see, traditionally the HVAC systems, also the one that's cooling this place and this big venue, has multiple membrane filters. And this requires maintenance, replacement, and upkeep, which is OPEX costs over the long run. They have come up with an electronic air filtration system. We will dig deeper into that technology in the next round of questions, but thank you so much. Clean air, if somebody wants to know more about it, hang around, because in the next round you will get some more information. So let's now move to the next startup, which is from Indigenous Energy Storage, IE Energy. So introduce yourself a little bit and what problem your startup seeks to solve.
Thank you so much. My name is Akash Soni. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Indie Energy. We are working on a completely new battery technology. As you can see, currently the world is shifting towards renewable energy. There's a lot of demand for battery storage. And if you look at the current technologies which can cater to the demand, the best technology is lithium-ion batteries. And I mean, India as a country, or in Europe, or so many parts, that lithium is a scarce resource, and the prices go up and down like prices of gold. So it's a solution, the problem, and it's also a potential solution that if a battery technology can be made from materials which are abundantly available throughout the world, and that can be scalable to something like lithium-ion battery has done. So that currently the best sister chemistry is sodium-ion batteries. So we are a 4 years old startup actually patented multiple technology on sodium-ion batteries. We provide end-to-end solutions right from developing materials till cell technology for sodium-ion batteries. We have made our anode with the hard carbon. The very important innovation we've done is that we use agricultural waste. And we have agricultural waste, so tremendous amount of agricultural waste, especially in India. And we use this to create very high quality hard carbon for sodium-ion batteries that we are already supplying to our customers in Europe and US.
Wow, excellent.
And we are working with sodium-ion cathode and other electrolytes to make a sodium-ion cell to try for applications like electric two-wheelers, e-rickshaws, batteries for solar and wind grid storage, batteries for solar street lights, UPS batteries, etc.
Excellent. You know, that's really amazing. We all know the lithium market with the scarcity of lithium as a resource is always on the edge. You never know how price fluctuates. Unfortunately, as a final electric two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler company, you can't change your price in this way. So it's really a problem. On the supply side, you have this big uncertainty. So this is a new technology, sodium-ion battery. And how many patents do you have as a company?
We already have 7 patents.
Wow, excellent. How many years did you take to create these patents?
4 years.
4 years. Excellent. That deserves a round of applause. So whoever's here, please give them a round of applause. You know, I see a lot of electric vehicles displayed, around this VivaTech. You know, we see wonderful future machines. But unfortunately or fortunately, everybody needs power. And that power could be sodium ion, and it could be your solution. And you're also solving the other problem of agricultural waste. And we know in India how much pollution can be caused if these things are burnt, and that causes atmospheric and air pollution. So yeah, that's something we will dig deeper into in the next round of questions. Thank you so much. That was so nice knowing you. How many people are there in your team of founders?
We are a team of 4 co-founders and 1 director.
Wow.
Is sitting here.
Excellent. Great job, guys. That's really nice. 7 patents in 4 years. Amazing. Well done, really. Looking forward to hear more at the next round. Next, we go to Liquisure, or Liquisure Systems Private Limited. Could you also introduce yourself briefly and tell us what Liquisure does? I had the opportunity to visit your stall a little earlier. I am totally shocked and amazed. Guys, you should listen to what this guy is saying. You might not believe it, but of course later you can meet him at the stall to understand details. Over to you. Yes.
Hi, I am Dr. Sarjay Rao, CEO of Liquisure. So we have developed a system which can purify wastewater without using chemicals and filters. Can you imagine purification of wastewater without chemicals, filter and biological agent? Yes, we have introduced a new concept in the wastewater where we generate the bubbles and collapse them violently in the pipe system itself. So that collapsing energy we are utilizing to degrade the chemical pollutants present in the water. So we can purify water with the help of pipes and bubbles. So we are unique in a nature where, as compared to existing one, we just need a table-sized space for the commercial scale system. There will not be any sludge. Even we require just electricity to pump the water through the piping, that's it. So these are the whatever demerits with the existing system. So we are tackling all them with our unique solution with the help of developed system by the Liquisure.
Excellent. You know, it's almost like some kind of magic trick. You put water which is polluted, which is wastewater on one side, and you're saying on the other side of the pipe we'll get clean water. I still can't believe that you can do this with bubbles and energy and pipes. But yes, let's come the next round to dig deeper.
It is a magic of science.
Yes. Thank you so much, Doctor. You know, it's the magic of science. That requires a round of applause. And, you know, these guys are at the stall at the India Pavilion here at VivaTech. So you can go there and actually see. And they have already an existing commercial installation in which city? The city of?
In Solapur, as well as in Karnataka, Belgaum.
Awesome. So they already have a commercial installation. The thing is working, guys. All it needs is electricity and water that can just get clean. I'm sure this will be a big revolution. And I think you are a great startup to look out for. And I'm I suggest those who are here, who are lucky to be here in this pavilion, meet this guy, meet Doctor at the end of the panel and, take his business card. Now, we'll come back to dig deeper into some of that stuff and some of that, because a lot of people have more questions when you speak and they're looking more confused. Why was it not done earlier and so on, these kind of questions. But we'll come back at the next round. Now we move to our friend from SunCharge. And, your co-founder just got visa today and he's probably coming tomorrow to VivaTech. Thank you for filling in,
My pleasure.
and thank you for telling me also that you can't go deep into tech, but we just want to know what problem you are solving. So introduce yourself, also your co-founder or the CEO who couldn't be here, and what SunCharge is trying to solve. Over to you.
Hello everyone, a very good evening. I'm very glad to be here. I'm Srimadhav, CMO of SunCharge. SunCharge is a solar fintech company that provides installations and solar financing to power MSMEs in Tier 2 to Tier 5 locations across India. So we are facing so many problems, solar is still untapped in Tier 2 to Tier 5 locations across the India due to, due to lack of, awareness of the choosing right product, right installers, because people are not getting support after sales. And so we thought we should get with the best solution with the SunCharge, because we do an app called SunCharge where people can get the data from easily, and we get the customer data easily, because the portal where people can upload their data, what is the requirement and the load of the capacity, so they can easily enter into the app, so that we can give the better way to solve the solar problems to the customers. And we are planning to launch very soon, in the next 3 months. So we are waiting for the app now.
Great. I think, you are an honest startup. You also say what you're waiting for. Good.
Yeah, actually, we incorporated in November 2022.
Oh, 2022.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, great. Energy and power is a key question that has to be solved.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you manage to get your PPT stuff online at the back? No.
No, not now. I can't.
Great, but you are here at that stall, right?
Yes,
SunCharge.
there is my stall. If you have any questions, you can
Perfect.
come back.
We'll come back in the second round. So I have the last speaker of our panel. You can pass the mic. This is from VivaTech. So please introduce yourself and tell us what problem VivaTech is solving and what is unique about your approach to the problem that you're solving. Over to you. Turn it on. Down. Okay, complicated.
Hello. Okay, so VivaTech was started with the vision of creating access to insurance. That was the main focus for us. Normally what happens when you want to buy a insurance, it takes a lot of time for you. So our focus was that, can you buy an insurance in 60 seconds?
How many?
60 seconds. Okay. We actually do that right now.
Okay.
Last year we processed around 5 million policies. On average time was around 35 seconds we did.
Wow, that's really nice.
Companies.
5 million policies, average time 35 seconds. Excellent.
So
the whole thing is digital.
Whole thing is digital. So including like your health risk, your financial risk, everything we do real time. We also combine the data, a lot of data that we combine from your environmental weather locations on that to build that journey.
Wow.
So we did that around that. The second part of the focus that we do is that once you buy in protection and the policies around that, ultimately the protection is for your when you get treatment, when you go to the claims around that. So we also help in that journey, and we are basically working around that where can we enable a patient to get discharged from the hospital in 30 minutes. We currently takes around 8 to 12 hours in that.
Correct.
So we are currently working on that areas. We're doing current pilots and we are successful enough around 45, 60, 65 minutes around that. But we're expecting that, okay, in the next 1 year, 18 months, can we brought it down 30 minutes?
Wow.
Because the patient feels the pain when they go to the
Correct.
hospital, it take 8 to 12 hours on that. The second part of that, because once the bed in the hospital, they do not get empty, means the new patient cannot admit it. They also have to wait for admissions. So if the patient can discharge faster, means more patient can be admitted and they can get the treatment on time actually. So this is what we're doing as a part of antibiotic.
Wow, amazing. You know, this is really excellent. Usually the insurance companies are just selling insurance and then the sales cycle is closed.
No, we don't sell the insurance. We enable to get
Correct.
the insurance and claims faster for them.
Awesome. And you are taking care of the other side, which is also claims, which is exactly why insurance was bought for in the first place. So it's insure and ensure that everything is paid. And then you've created a created SLA of 30 minutes or something like that, where claims have to be processed. This is awesome.
Exactly.
You run all this on a digital platform, if I'm right.
Purely digital.
Excellent. And how long back was your company formed?
Okay, VivaTech I started in 2018 actually. It has been around 5.5 years for us to build VivaTech.
Wow. So 5.5 years. Last year you did 5 million policies digitally. And average time was 35 seconds each. Oh, this is awesome. I think you guys also have a lot of questions. And how did you get the form filled so fast? We'll come back for the deep dive in a few minutes. You know, I want our audience also to digest some of these numbers, to think what you guys have solved. You know, let them also use their intelligence as they try to buzz it up and see if it works. So now I come back for the second round. Audience, who do you want that we start with? Okay. I like the water guy, so let's go to doctor first. You know, he's solving one problem, because when we look at statistics, it's very clear that the world will have clean drinking water shortage in the next 3 to 5 years. Some of the cities already will reach a zero water day. In that context, to be able to clean wastewater and bring it back as clean potable water without using chemicals, without using membranes. And how did you get this idea? And, you know, what book were you reading? I mean, just tell us the story of how you got into this area. You're a chemical engineer as well, right?
Yeah.
So you can give us a little background. Yeah.
So I have been working since last 10 years on this phenomena. So when I started, it was a theoretical phenomena. So I started in 2013.
This concept was theoretically there, that you could do this with bubbles.
Yeah.
Okay.
So cavitation was well known for the destruction, but we have designed system or pipe such that can be used for the purification. It will not destroy to the component.
Okay, got it.
So,
so 1 second, my friend. I see that some new people have come. So let me explain what he is doing. Their company is able to take wastewater on one side, using the different shapes of the pipes and bubbles with different pressure that can actually destroy the particulate matter and all that is bad in the wastewater and give clean water on the other side.
Yeah, right.
With bubbles and with the shape of the tube.
Yeah.
What you did, you say this process was theoretically possible.
Yeah.
But then you did a PhD to actually make it practically possible.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. So it's just like we have to pass the water from one side and you will get purified water from other side. It is a steel pipe basically which purifies the water. So then after PhD, I joined IIT Hyderabad for a postdoc. Similar project I continued. And then I got opportunity for postdoc outside, but I rejected that offer and started my own company. So before 1.5 years, I started company where I was got opportunity to do the prototype at IIT Hyderabad, and within 1.5 years, we could able to from prototype to we have commercialized our product, and now people are coming to us. We have done 3 installations right now.
Wow.
So
Excellent.
that much we have achieved within just 1.5 years. So it is a revenue revenue has started
Revenue
already.
positive, yeah.
Yeah, and it is stable right now.
Okay.
Recently we have expanded our team to 7. We recruited sales and marketing, design guys, and people for the fabrication. So right now I came alone here because fabrication is going on there at our place. Yeah.
Excellent. So here, there is it. You heard this at VivaTech, revolutionary water technology with bubbles and pipes. almost like magic, but like doctor said, it's the magic of science. They have a booth there, and you can go and meet them to understand more. I come back in the third round talking about investment and how you want to grow, what are your plans. That's the next round also for the other startups to think of that question. Let's go to our chemical engineer from the other side, which is solving the battery problem and who moved to sodium ion instead of lithium batteries. As you did this with sodium ion, what is the ease at which these kind of batteries can be charged? How long is the battery life? How strong is it as a competition to lithium ion? Just for me or for us to understand.
It's a very good question. So sodium ion batteries, when the technology was invented before lithium actually.
Okay.
But they were testing on sodium metals, not sodium ion. So there's a difference. Energy density of a sodium metal is going to be less than lithium metal because of the science. But in the last 5-10 years, when people are really working on lithium and working on electric vehicles and they realize that there is not much abundant lithium available in the whole world, not much abundant cobalt available in the whole world. So how are we going to power the whole world with no fossil fuels? And the best chemistry is sodium ion. So if you look at the manufacturing of lithium and sodium is the same. You don't have to purchase any additional machinery. So what you need to do is you need to change the components. So we actually started working on the component side initially, then shifted towards sodium ion cells simultaneously. So we make hard carbon, sodium cathode, electrolyte, and then sodium ion cell. So in terms of performance, cell is now equivalent to lithium iron phosphate batteries, LFP batteries, in terms of energy density, similar efficiency and cycle life, but going to cost less because they use cheaper, abundant materials than LFP technology.
Wow. So basically, performance is similar, process is similar.
There's one more thing, that they are also much more safer than lithium.
Oh, so no explosion, fire.
I mean, the less susceptibility to explosion, yes.
Ah, okay, excellent. So yeah, guys, so some of the drama on the roads are avoided now. You can park your car next to an electric bike without getting scared if everybody uses sodium ion. Am I right?
Yes.
Can I say that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. So I think that's really interesting to know. Sodium is there in abundance. Is it like NaCl as a science student, salt? Can we take sodium from salt? I don't know, I'm asking.
It's a sodium precursor. I mean, not sodium chloride exactly. It's like sodium carbonate or sodium nitrate or sodium hydroxide.
Okay.
And you convert into either electrolyte or sodium cathode.
Correct.
On the anode side, you use agricultural waste to make hard carbon. So that's it actually.
Okay, good. So yeah, so you've solved both sides, the anode and cathode side. So therefore, that's a full battery that will work. Excellent. Thank you so much for those clarifications. So guys who have electric bikes and who make electric vehicles, please reach out to them. You are also here with your stall. Which side? That side?
Yeah,
okay.
there.
You are here with your stall, and I think it will be really interesting. And from a space to energy ratio, is it the same for lithium ion and sodium ion?
Yeah, on the volumetric energy density is almost same.
Okay.
If you look at a sodium cell, you won't able to distinguish between lithium. The sodium and lithium cell look exactly same.
Wow. Okay, perfect. So this is an almost easy question to answer. People can switch to sodium ion without any problem.
Yes.
So the existing
Infrastructure,
bikes,
yes.
existing bikes running on the roads in India,
Yes,
if
it
they
can.
want to change, can they change?
Yes.
Oh, wow, this is awesome. So guys, I don't know what you can sense from this. I can sense a huge opportunity, at least running in the billions. So next round, as we come back, you have to talk a little bit about your valuation, future plans, and that'll give our audience a sense of, can they get a piece of the action with you? So we'll come to that question. I know your other founder is here. You are 5 guys, right? No,
Yes.
4 plus 1.
Yes,
5. All right. All the 5 are here or just 2 of you? Just 2 of you. Okay, great. So yeah, both of them are here. We'll meet. So now let's move to our friend from the insurance field. Here's the question. As you scale up, how do you sell, 5 million policies? Is it all digital marketing? Is it allied marketing? Is it marketing at stalls and malls? How did you do it, let's say?
Okay. No, let me correct it. We don't sell the policies.
Correct.
So we basically integrate the technologies with the insurance backend systems. For example, like it may be SBI Life, it may be other company using the technologies. So in India, like almost if you buying and policy, it might be around 20-30% cases might be going through our systems in the
Wow.
back end. So we basically enable the back end to issue them out.
Okay, so then here's my question. Why are you irreplaceable? I mean, why wouldn't SBI Life do it themselves with their IT team, for example?
Okay, see, this is just not the technology that is there. It's not just a platform in which you just connect it and sell it. What we're doing is that we have a technology where we are training the systems, learning them over the period of time. So our VivaTech is a decision systems. Decision maybe for the claim, decision maybe for policies, risk, fraud, anything around that. That's what. So the more it basically goes through in the system, the more better and smarter it can becomes, which becomes difficult for anybody to replace because it's going to take a same opportunity cost for them to not look into.
Perfect. So your moat, competitive wise, is how long you are, you become strong.
It becomes a strong, and the kind of system the insurance company, they're very complex. Like they use a system like
Correct.
10 years, 50 years old complex platforms,
Correct.
and once it is integrated, they don't touch it.
Yeah. So you have actuarials and so on working
A lot of things goes around that: health, data, finance, environmental, location, actuarial. I mean, just like a whole lot of laundry list of the data science that we look into that.
Awesome. So there's the deep science AI guy from a practical point of put the data into the system and generate how much premium to charge and what the SBI Life can charge or any other provider can charge to the customer. And this happens in real time.
It happens in real time. We just go and buy it right away.
Okay, excellent. This is really a good example of digital services at scale, and you are at the back end of all those who want to provide custom services. And therefore, the more people sell your custom-made service to the customer, the more is your revenue top line, right?
Yeah, so we basically work on the transaction base. Like we don't work on the kind of a system base. Number of policies, number of transactions you're doing, number of claims you're doing, we charge on that around that.
Awesome.
Another example, like I think the legacy systems are being replaced and some of the reinsurance companies' platform we are replaced in India. So they're now using our platforms to issue end-to-end policies. So so I think that's the kind of like a control the processing systems is there.
Okay,
in a
great.
way.
Super. So let's go to our colleague from here. How long has, we know that you're a pretty young company and almost about to come with your app, and how did this?
It's in prototype actually.
Prototype. All right,
it's
perfect.
In basic prototype.
Okay.
We are trying to launch in after 3 to 4 months.
Okay.
Actually, it's we started around 7 months ago.
Okay.
So our business started in March, and our mainly our USP is mainly to serve solar in across the market, where in tier 2 to tier 5 locations where the rural areas are there. So we need to provide solar to end consumers.
Okay.
That is what we want to do.
And so these are, I think I'm imagining that this is solar for individual households or for farmers. How do you see your market segment?
Not only for house purpose, like residentials, commercial, and MSMEs.
Okay.
Actually, mainly we are focusing on MSMEs industries where people can't afford more, budget and all on that.
So these are off-the-grid solutions that can create for the cottage industry in a village a solar solution that's reliable and that can help them continue to produce.
Yes, we do both off-grid and on-grid as well.
On-grid, okay.
In India, based on the states, we have different policies are there.
Okay.
So we are concentrating on only the beachhead market.
Okay.
So as of now, we need to grow up in the beachhead. After that, we are heading to the next states. Okay.
Can you repeat that word? Beachhead?
Beachhead market. I mean, where we are located is called beachhead market.
Okay.
Like we are focusing on particularly my location is in Andhra Pradesh, right?
Okay.
If you are concentrating or focus on the mainly particular state, we call it as a beachhead market.
Beachhead market.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I didn't
Thank
get
you,
that
thank
word. Beachhead market. All right, nice. So interesting. You're pivoting from that beachhead market or that location, showing the proof of concept, creating the app to be transparent and get people information, how much energy they can create, how much they can use. So that's good. So next round we come back with numbers, but by then keep the numbers in your head. So let's come back to our friend. Can you introduce us your colleague who is also here? Can you tell us your name?
So my name is Abhimanyu.
Okay. And how long have you been together as co-founders?
Close to 2 years now.
Close to 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you tackle the problem of air and ambient air with an electronic filter, do you have some patents as you did this, or can you explain something or
Sure.
the science about it?
Sure. So, but before that, I would like to, pick up your line that you said, I like the water guys. So, there's a lot of awareness about water now.
Correct.
But now the awareness has to be there about around air.
Absolutely.
So that's what I want everyone to know here.
Yeah.
That air is also dirty. We
Correct.
need to take care of that. We don't care, right?
Yeah.
So now coming,
Just to add to his point, without water you can survive for half a day, but without air you can't survive
Exactly,
for
exactly.
All right. So we agree. Continue. Yes.
So coming back to your question that how this works, right? So we have this patented technology, which is a coating.
Coating. Okay.
So when we hear this term coating, there are a lot of coatings available in the market.
Correct.
And by coating, we mean antimicrobial coating, which
Correct.
can also deactivate virus. So I admit in front of everyone that there are a lot of coatings available in the market,
Correct.
but those are toxic ones.
Okay.
Okay.
Because of the chemicals
Exactly.
in. Okay.
They use maybe silver coated
Correct.
based coatings or something like that. But what we are using right now is plant based coating. So we,
Okay.
in a way, just to explain that, we all understand this term extraction.
Correct.
Right? So basically, in a way, we are trying to extract the enzymes from the plant and
okay.
convert that into a, kind of concoction.
Okay.
And then we do some processing.
Wow.
We cannot disclose publicly, right?
Sure,
So
no
we
problem.
do the coating on top of any material that we are using for the filtration system, and we do the coating. So we have a patent for that, and we are working with Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore,
Wow.
for that.
Okay. So wow, that's interesting. Some of the stuff is top secret, but anyway, from what he's saying, yes, please, yes.
So
He's
actually-
revealing some secrets. No, he's closer
I'm
to
not,
me, distance-wise.
revealing
Huh?
any secrets. So the thing is that
Closer.
right, just like us, plants do have their own immunity, right? We
Correct.
have our immunity to deactivate germs. Plants do have their own immunity. We are using that same immunity on the filters, and that is how we are doing. It's cost effective, so it doesn't add to a lot of cost. Like coatings that he was talking about are expensive and they are toxic also. This is completely human friendly and it's very cost effective, so that we can replace any filters that is available in the market with the ones that we have developed. The coating is the technology, the core technology that we are having, and that the one that he was mentioning, we take care of all the things, right? We take care of our water, we take care of our food, we drink clean water, we have clean food. But what about clean air? Each day, even right now we are in Paris, the air quality is really bad right now.
Correct.
If you check on the app, the
Yeah.
air quality is poor. We thought the Europe was having a great air quality, but back in Delhi the air quality is really bad. We need to take care of our air quality. That is what we are focusing on right now.
Okay.
So that is the main technological difference here.
Great. Last, just one question to you before I let you. So the thing is, could you get your air purification system validated by a third party who checked and certified that the plant-based enzyme coating that you are using for the electronic air purification is probably the same or better than whatever is traditionally used?
We forgot to mention, so we have tested this technology against SARS-CoV-2 Delta variant,
Okay.
the second wave of coronavirus.
Okay.
So we have done this testing in our Department of Biotechnology lab in Pune.
Okay.
It's a valid certificate. We have that certificate. So that is how we are different from any other filter in the market. Any other traditional filter, what it will do, it will only remove the particles and viruses from the air. It will not deactivate it.
Correct.
Our systems, what it will do is that along with removing the particulates and all the germs and viruses from the air, it will destroy them on the filter. So this coating, it reacts with the germs and viruses. It destroys the cell wall of the germs, and it's no longer in active state. So it protected from disease transmission as well, along with air pollution.
Wow, excellent. So that's something amazing. You want to add a few lines? Yes.
Just to add to that, what Pushan was talking about. So, talking about the certification part, right? The enzyme, the coating that we do, itself has been developed at, we can call like MIT of India, which is
Indian Institute of Science.
Indian Institute of Science. So I don't know if you need any other
Okay.
certifications, right?
No, perfect. No, why I'm saying is some of them who are watching us and some of the heads of infrastructure in large corporates, when they have to move from one system to another, the CFO who's signing the check, which will come to you, will ask them this question that I'm asking you now, which is, is there a third-party validation? Because it's new technology, it's something unique, it's something patented. So someone other than you and other than ISC, I know ISC, of course, but someone who is independent testing, like TUV Nord, any of them, certifies and say, this is our stamp of approval. We use traditional cooling and air purification for this place. And at the end of 3 hours, this is the air, this is the test. We did that with your system, and this is the air. So that's
Totally get it. So I'm
you
just, I
have
was
that
just
already.
adding
You
to-
have already.
Yes.
Okay,
yes, we do.
perfect. So guys, in the beginning of the session, I thought I was sitting with some magicians. That's science, the magic of science. But now I can actually see that each of you have some science behind, and it's a strong science across all our panel of speakers. This is really wonderful. I think just like yesterday when we met startups, if you guys want to meet them, they're all available to meet here today, and also you're there tomorrow, right? All of you are here tomorrow. So please connect with these guys. There are some amazing startups. If you know some rich guys, tell them to invest in them, because for sure the rich guy, the rich friend of yours will get even more richer. But more than all this, it's about helping capital find the right ideas that solve problems so you can scale and serve more people and solve problems better. So the idea is not about getting rich, but it's about solving problems at scale. So it's really wonderful meeting each of you and understanding that in India, magic can happen, and it happens with science. So now I come to the last round. I want each of you to say, 3 years from now, what do you see as your landscape of addressable market? So you do policy, so you can give me a number, or you may not give me a number, but whatever it is, just tell me what is that big number that you see, what is your addressable market. And if an investor were to meet you today, tomorrow, next month, and if you were to allow this investor to help you scale, what would be your ask? If you have that number, you can say, but otherwise you can say, come and meet me. Or also give your contact email ID and LinkedIn information so people can reach you. Because at the end of the day, it's not about just having the right idea, not about having the right team. It's about executing on ground at scale. And for that, whether we like it or not, capital is an important aspect. So let's do this last and most important round. So we start with our good friend who is doing insurance platform at scale.
Okay, so in terms of like next 3 years, the insurance market and health market in India is pretty big though. I mean, we don't have to even go outside market, which is also pretty big as well, equally considering the size of the population of India, right? And so currently the market of insurance is $30 billion in India, while already existing right now, which is growing around 16% of CAGR, which is expected to grow more than $50 billion itself. So in terms of VivaTech, our focus is that to take as much as pie of it in the terms of technology, to look around that, and becomes a de facto platform for them for policy issuance and the claims around that is the vision that we're looking into that.
Okay. And investors?
Okay, so we are not looking for fund right now actually, because I mean the company of VivaTech, which acquired VivaTech last year, they just raised a very good fund 2 weeks back. So we are not looking for funds. Our focus right now is that to get businesses and expanding the businesses out of India. So we are focusing on businesses and growth only, not the fund actually.
Excellent. That's nice. We give a round of applause to them. You've done your work and come to VivaTech, right? You already have your investors. You see that investment cycle helping you scale, and you're just looking for hospital partners, insurers at the top. It could be also European companies that want to enter the Indian market and offer their service. They can use your platform.
No, absolutely. Now we're expanding. So I think 6 months back we expanded to South Asian market already.
Okay. Awesome.
And now we're trying to explore to the European US market to see that, because I think the system is there, is working.
Correct.
And it's a time for us to grow and to apply in other markets and to connect with that and to grow. So that is
Awesome.
what the bigger focus for us. Funding is not the important need for us right now.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much for that wonderful, numbers and perspective. 50 billion for sure is a good number to aim for the next 3 to 5 years. And you said 15% CAGR. That's really awesome. And all the best to you and your team. I really hope that, we will see insure tech as a new vertical in Startup India. Apart from all the other health tech, space tech, insure tech will come as a vertical. Yes, my friend. So how does it look for you for Suncharge? You have some numbers to say for 3 years.
Yes, actually, we would like to develop an app first. After that, we raise a fund like up to 5 million, because we are giving an EMA-based model for the customers.
Correct.
Because people are looking for the companies who are investing for their projects and all.
Correct.
So we are looking forward to that, and we to power 200 MSMEs in the next 2 years. And we can create 300 plus jobs in our country.
Correct.
So we are looking into that mainly.
Okay. And you are open to investors meeting you?
Yes.
Okay. So your round size is 5 million. And
because we are a service-based company, right?
Correct,
so
correct,
that's
correct.
why we are looking for the...
Absolutely. No, it's understandable,
Yeah.
because if you are taking the capex cost to put the required investment for solar panels and then giving that as a service to MSMEs, then of course you need capital on your side, right?
We can give to 18% of the ROA.
Perfect.
Correct.
Super. Great. So that's interesting. Their business side is strong because they have the numbers worked out, 18% ROI for anyone who would like to invest. So either debt or equity, but anyway, meet them at the Suncharge stall inside the India Pavilion and you can talk to them. Your co-founder is coming tomorrow?
No.
No, okay. He got visa yesterday. All right, anyway, best wishes to both of you.
Thank you.
Sir, over to you now. Doctor, what is your vision for 3 to 5 years? How does it look, the market?
So wastewater market is very big. If we see the world wastewater market size is $56 billion. And if we see from Indian constant, it is a $2 billion market. Right now, we are focusing on textile, dairy wastewater, bioprocessing, and sewage wastewater. So these are the sectors we have identified. Even out of them, if we at least capture 2 to 3% of share, we can easily become a 1,000 crores of company.
Wow, okay, good.
So, and from investment point of view, right now we are generating 3x, 4x return. So that's why we are not looking for the investment. Even government of India is supporting us through various grants right now. And even IIT Hyderabad Incubation Center is with us. We are accessing all the facilities, including fabrication as well. So right now we are not looking any investment since we are stable in the revenue generation.
Great, awesome, nice to know. But of course, you look for customers who would like to implement your solution in India or also abroad, or only in India? How's?
Yeah, so let me give an example. Yesterday we were roaming around. We visited one of the garden here.
Correct.
So where we saw the pond in which hyacinth was grown.
Correct.
So we are looking such a kind of opportunity to treat ponds, lake, even cities are growing.
Correct.
And infrastructure is building. So connecting their drainage line to the existing wastewater treatment is difficult.
Correct.
Since growth is very high.
Correct.
So we are providing a small system which can treat their wastewater and give back to them for the reuse.
Awesome.
It is solving two problems. One is treating wastewater, and second is reducing the burden of use of fresh water.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Very good.
so that's why we are
intermediate
looking-
solutions within
Yeah.
cities and so on. So
Yeah,
excellent.
so in the cities we can say hospitals, hotels, and even housing societies are our customers.
Target
And
market.
obviously side by side chemical industry is again.
Perfect. Pharmaceutical, chemical industry will be a good sector. Thank you so much. Let's move to our friends from the sodium-ion battery side. What is your 3 to 5 year window? Are you looking for investment, or have you already done?
Thank you. I want to break it down to what we do actually. So we work on various aspects of sodium-ion batteries. We aim to build an entire ecosystem around sodium-ion batteries, which doesn't exist in India and very few in the whole world. So first of all, we want to commercialize our hard carbon technology that we made from agricultural waste. For that, we are looking for an investment close to like $6 million right now.
Okay.
We already have a few commitment from our existing investor, and rest we'll try to fill from the new investors. That's the first thing. And simultaneously, we are working on developing sodium-ion cells for applications like e-rickshaws, solar street lights, and eventually we're building sodium battery packs for these applications, where we're going to finding a new partner or going to look for a big funding, where we'll set up these bigger factories, maybe a gigafactory in the next coming 3 to 5 years for sodium-ion batteries, especially in India.
Okay, great, awesome. And coming to you, what is your window to the future, 3 to 5 years? How does it look? And
Sure. So I think 3 years from now is already a very big time. We are looking ahead for next 1 year. All right. So the thing that you might get to see in India, I'm talking about India right now, that anyone, maybe you or me or anyone going to the market and trying to buy an AC, they might be buying our product along with that. Right. We did some research, online research, and we extracted some data about how many units of ACs are being sold in India every year, every season during the summers, right? Even before the summers. So, so that is around 1 CR.
Okay.
1 crore numbers.
1 crore air conditioners sold in
every
India?
Year
Every year. Okay,
being
okay,
sold.
okay.
So knowing the fact that we have the patent for the product, nobody else can do this. Even if we try to target just this 25% of this market, 25 lakh units per year, that is not a small number.
Correct. Huge.
All right?
Yeah.
So that is the kind of number we are trying to target, not just 3 years ahead of now, but 1 year ahead of now.
Okay.
Right? So that is the focus now.
Excellent. Are you looking for investors also to connect with you?
Not instantly, but maybe after a couple of months.
Okay.
But here more importantly, maybe if any collaborations can happen.
Okay.
So that we can expand to the European market and other Western countries.
Awesome. You want to add a few things? Yeah.
Yes. So what we are doing right now is that we are building up traction.
Yeah.
This is a new product that we have just launched into the market. So we are trying to build traction so that we can increase our valuation. In couple of months, definitely we'll be looking forward for investments. But right now we are focusing on our sales, on our online sales and direct sales, which is happening pretty great right now.
Okay.
And in maybe a few months, but we are happy to connect with the people right here.
Okay.
And maybe in the future we'll definitely land up to something
Yeah.
good.
Could I call upon now Indigenous Energy Storage? Indigenous Energy Storage, guys, I think they are standing with them over there. The group of 4 people. Can you just...
Here.
Oh, you're here. All right. So okay, one second. They wanted to show a presentation. Maybe that's tomorrow. All right. I think with that, we close our panel exactly on time. Yeah? Yeah, sure. Please give the mic to your co-founder. Yes,
so
please.
thank you so much giving this opportunity. So if you look at, I was hearing Elon Musk, he was saying that there is a requirement of 2 billion vehicles, right?
Correct.
And now the market is covered around 10 million. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's the scale we are talking about, TAM we are talking about. In the only vehicle segment.
Correct.
There are 2 problems we are solving, which actually, I think if Akash would have time, would have talked about. So what Varghese Kurian created for Amul, we can create the same thing for agri-waste.
Awesome.
Okay. And farmers can earn money through agri-waste.
Excellent.
That's number 1. And any government in India which is struggling for the pollution in different states, Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, should reach out to us so
Perfect.
that we can create a sustainable long-term solution.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think that was a wonderful closing statement from our friend from Indigenous Energy Storage. Elon Musk did his keynote just, I think, across on the other auditorium. It was also live streamed in Hall 1. The demand is huge. There is an electric future, and there is also a clean future with clean air. There's also clean water. And if in case you are not able to get all this clean and you need insurance, we have a future which is insured and ensured. All right, so let's have a group picture together. Thank you so much, all of you. Let's give a round of applause to these wonderful startups. And we wish them all the best as they continue to raise money and serve their customers and serve the country. Thank you so much.